Hey everybody, how's it going?
Hey
So-
everybody, it's Gamer God 88 here. Today we're gonna be streaming some.
All
We
right
just
here.
tortured Mr. B script.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
start with that. No.
All right, hello and welcome everyone here to session 8, the Guild of Trunarth in Cragmaw's Castle. And thank you for that follow there, Edward. I'm going to keep this short. We're diving right in here and hopefully not have too long of a buying session. Everyone who's ever played D&D knows how those go. And
Yep,
with that, I will turn it over to our DM, Ace.
I'm a dungeon master, just don't text me. Okay. So,
Doing it. I'm doing it
so,
now.
last where we left off on our Guild of Trunarth. Some truths were revealed, a lot of truths, such as the Guild of Trunarth isn't actually a guild. Whoa, that's a shocker. If you guys want to go ahead and check back on the prior recordings, go ahead and do so, because I believe that Breaker has them saved. At least he should.
Harper does too.
Nice. And going off of that as well, continue off right now. So, from where we last left off, you gathered some of the belongings within the chest of the Glass Staff's personal quarters. And as Clovis just kind of left for you all to just kind of take everything in of a lot of the stuff going on, I know that Vlad, you did pick up the earpiece and start fiddling with it a little bit as a projected image of what looks to be a different type of vulpine, more arctic in her design. Talks to you, says that her name is Vicky, and that you have Vicky, aka like a personal like data analytics assistant. Something you would definitely not understand, as you're like, wait a minute, this is supposed to be fantasy, not sci-fi. And then, as you kind of talked with Vicky for a little bit, you do get this understanding that she knows about the reunion, and that's exactly where we left off at. So if his, she just kind of, she basically just, and at this point, it would basically be catching up of the conversation of like, I think I know how to help you out, and I think that means you have to go through with the reunion.
Okay. Noel asks, okay, so what is the reunion? It's exactly. We put tell. We only had a vague phrase.
It's not something that's the most ideal solution, but do you know how your other person, along with other people, have been telling you that you've been a defect or a fake? It's because each different version of you that is present at this time has a specific primary characteristic that me and the doctor were working to get going and to kind of combine into one person. For you, yeah, for the others, she just kind of like hesitates to say what exactly you got.
So so noticing her hesitation, Vladimir's expression just kind of goes to this mode of, okay, clearly you're holding something back, and he goes, "Come on, out with it. We're already this far deep. Come on."
Yeah, I'm sorry. You kind of got the short end of the stick. Well, at least in what the project's design intentionally was. For the doctor and I, you got the better side. As I said prior, the project itself was to make the perfect super soldier for to be guards and help out with your father's legion there of Valkin.
Hmm.
For you, you got the thing that gets in the way of being a soldier the most, and that's
Basically being more humane, correct?
exactly.
Well, here's the thing. The way I look at it is, if you do not have any kind of humanity within your own being, you're nothing more than a machine. But that's just how I look at it.
And according to Valkin's father, any sort of soldier is a weapon, such as a machine. But I disagree with that. So, in the middle of the process, I added aspects of humane principles, morals, and such, which caused the accident to occur, as there was just too much to process.
So, above the table real quick, you guys may have noticed that my audio quality has dropped a bit. I did switch to my headset because I am getting dressed.
Ooh.
He has to get a
Because,
flight.
I mean, I have to catch a Yolt from his plane here. I have to depart for that here in half an hour, so.
Which board am I supposed to be on?
What?
Which board am I supposed to be on? I'm so sorry to interrupt.
You're not a part of like this board yet because it's inside the lair or the hideout, so you were doing your own thing and resting up. So
Okay. Yeah.
So you're not right now.
If Aeros needs to go soon, we may need to find a pausing spot so that we can snap to Marshall's perspective.
Yeah.
Yep. Snap
But-
back to reality.
So,
Back to
anyways, back to the game. Vladimir just kind of pauses for a second and goes, I do have other questions in regards to reunion. However, I don't think now is best time to ask. Because if I recall correctly, the good doctor should be back from fetching his food.
Yes. We can definitely reconvene at a different time at this point. But just know that if you put on the headset and you ask for me specifically, I will do my best to pick up and talk about this. Okay?
Alright. And there is one other thing that I want to point out. Don't need an explanation as of right now, but something for you to keep in back of head.
Okay.
Mask of Vulpine.
A mask of Vulpine? Can you show it to me?
Duh. And he puts down his pack and pulls out the mask and holds it in his paws. He goes, this mask there are others like this. However, those particular ones, based off of what I've seen, has had a different effect on them than this one has on me. All of us here, apart from myself, but everyone else here feels nervous about this mask, rightfully so. So I just wanted to see if you knew anything about this. If not, that's fine. But if you do know something about it, we can discuss about that later. Like I said, just something for you to keep in back of head.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, but I mean, if you send it over, I can analyze it and see what I can find for you.
I'm not sure how I would be able to send it over, though. I don't think we have much in the way of couriers that will make it rather quick.
But just hand it to me. And she, like, from the projection that shows, she extends her hand out.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
Paarth kind of like withdraws his head looking at this projection because he just pawed through her feet a moment ago.
And Vladimir goes to extend his paw out with the mask in hand.
as you hand the item over, you actually do feel like the resistance of it, as if someone actually is grabbing the item itself. And you see that as she grabs onto it and takes it away from you, the image actually turns, or that the mask itself like goes transparent and matches the color of her, and she's just like, that is quite fascinating. It may
Vladimir...
take a while.
Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry, finish your thought.
It's like, this may take some time to go through, but I'll see what I can find. The doctor might know some stuff about it too, so we'll get in contact with you as soon as we hear something, okay?
Vladimir at this point is staring like, what the fuck just happened?
Did the mask literally zoom over to her side?
Yeah. It is no longer in the there is absolutely no presence of the mask that can be felt in this room anymore.
Note to self, mask can be teleported.
And Vladimir's just staring at Vicky going, okay, I have many more questions now. Very confused. Again, that can be addressed later on. We've got a little bit more pressing matters.
Well, sounds good then. I'll get work on it right away then, and just one bit of advice. If you encounter any of them, just try not to engage them.
Well, kind of hard to do that if they're already trying to engage me in the first place, but fair enough.
At this point, they will more than likely get the better hand of all of you. So, just tread carefully.
Alright, well, at this point we will reconvene at a later point. I'd say... what? 24 hours from now?
I know where to contact you. And you see that, she, presses something or so in front of her, and then the image just fades away.
Okay, fair enough.
There's also one specific thing that you only, Vladimir, you hear after that. And you hear a bit of, light chimes, from some bells occurring from it. And a voice here is within your ear. It's like, thank you for taking this collective call. If you would like to leave any sort of feedback on a recorded survey, go ahead and say feedback, and we can go ahead and begin with the survey.
Really?
At this point, Vladimir's just looking very confused, and the rest of the party just hears him go, "Oh, won't be necessary."
If
As
I
he
hear a
pinches the
freaking
bridge of his muzzle.
AT&T, if I hear a freaking AT&T doodle-doo sound from the headset.
That's pretty much what it is. To leave a collective call number back, please go ahead and press the pound key.
Oh, he'll pound it all right.
Yeah.
There is no key to press.
But there's a
Thank
key
you,
to pound.
and have a great day. And the lens folds back up and everything, but the whole thing just still rests on your ear itself, knowing that it's been shut off.
Well,
That was interesting.
I knew that the research and development division was working on some advanced things, but this is far more than I was ever led to believe.
Well, you know what? This means mask is out of equation for us at moment, so I guess we're good.
Yep. Just make sure to mark that you do have not a +1 to the AC because of that.
Yeah.
Well, that is huh. Well, what other goodies did we get from that chest again?
Well, let's see. There is actually a road here that probably has your name on it. Well, figuratively. And he's going to hand the rod over to Valkin.
There.
Okay, to summarize, it's a rod of the Pact Keeper. There's a cool eye in the middle of it, the end of the staff. It's already been described, and you have to attune to it. And if you attune to it, you get a +1 bonus to DC and also to attack bonus. In addition, once per long rest, you can actually recover a Warlock spell slot.
Yummy.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Not as cool as my little superhero cape.
Yeah.
Yes. There.
And then we have ring that I initially tried on, but it just didn't quite feel right to me, so I handed it to Norelor.
Mm. So she's wearing it now?
You have a ring.
Yeah,
I believe you said that you did put it on, and the comment was
Yes.
you'd have to attune to it.
That is correct.
Alright, so attune to it. I guess you can do that during the long rest.
That is right.
Mhm.
It just depends on what you guys want to do now that you've gotten your items, and that what looks to be the situation of the ruffians is completed.
Well, there's either looking around the place still, but that wastes time, us resting right away, or us going to the town and then resting, and the shopping-majigging.
Carlos says, well, we've solved the problem at hand. Let's try to get back up with Marshell and discuss things with him.
I agree. We should make our way back up to surface. And probably actually get the proper rest now. Instead of, being interrupted in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, with that in mind, you make your way out of the same way that you entered in for this cellar of sorts. And
Actually, hold that thought, Ace.
all
Investigation +4. Paarth does a quick investigation.
what exactly are you investigating?
He's looking around to see if there's any other little nooks and crannies like he did with the chest the first time around, because that faux wall that has a very obvious line in it is driving me nuts.
Yeah, you don't look at that. Here, I'll get rid of it for you. There you go.
It's a secret.
There. Yes. Secret.
Whenever there's a door-shaped line in the wall, it's kind of like a gotta look, gotta scratch, gotta sniff.
Sneeze.
There, just there you go, better.
Well,
Gone.
you just delete the whole room for me, but okay. With me
I
in
know.
it.
There you go. There you go, much
And
better.
Now we're gone completely.
You guys are,
There
okay.
There we are.
Yay.
There you go.
Alright.
Oh wait, hold on, let me fix that. Jesus Christ.
Now there's a gap in the wall. I can see through the corner of it. Yeah.
Jesus H. Christ.
I love this. I love this guy
Sniff,
so
sniff,
much.
sniff, sniff, sniff. Yay,
Okay,
we're free.
whatever. There you go. Fine. It's not something that you would have known, but
Sniff, sneef, snorf.
yeah. So actually, because you guys went through the notes, I actually should have just opened this up in the first place, because you guys actually find schematics of the entire cellar. So you at
Oh
least have
wow, we could have found a map.
yeah, and that's pretty much it. So, bam, there you go.
The
Found
only
whole
other
map is-
The only other thing that would be said as we're departing would be, let's let's actually see about grabbing some of these books and bring back. Marshall may have fun with them.
There.
Yes.
So-
What did you say you did? Oh, Ace. Oh, there we go. Now I suddenly see some more rooms.
Yeah, it's just you through the papers. I forgot to mention this too. You do find like essentially schematics of a map for the cellar itself, and you do notice that there are like technically like some areas that have like a door symbol that is like circled, and there is not one that is in this room, but there is one that is actually where the fuck is that?
There is something we have to do before we leave.
Oh yes.
Remember barred the doors? We got
There.
bards in the cage still.
Yep,
We have to debarred the basement.
we do.
You do know that there actually is a sort of jail cell like area that is actually near the beginning of where you guys were at, where there's that one little pitfall that you guys cleared up.
Yep.
Mhm.
The one we made a bridge across.
Yes. Oh my bad. Fuck. I'm dying. And I believe that there is a secret way of getting around that. Let me double check. That you
I
may
was
not have
staring at
noticed.
the walls here, but I didn't see any way.
Yeah. So technically, I'll put a marker on it so that way you guys can see. But
Mhm.
you do notice that there is the door symbol showing right here,
Yes.
at least in this particular room.
A staircase behind it in the schematics, it seems.
Yes, that is correct.
The one that has a
Yeah.
pseudodragon rubbing against it.
There also is what looks to be another symbol like that, kind of at the top of the stairs as well,
Hmm.
and one that proceeds forward. So
Ooh, secret
If you guys-
secrets.
if you guys want to go that way, you're more than free to.
I say yes.
Norelor would be in agreement.
Ah,
So with that in place, you do see that a secret door opens up. Whoa, a secret door! Oh my god, it's
wow, wow.
crazy. And then there's another secret door right here. Whoa! That's crazy. It's almost as if it was designed. Checks out the new space like a cat when new furniture is brought into a house. Yes, indeed. Alright. As you make your way up the stairs, you do notice the familiar, not so fun crevasse that was there of the black ichor at the bottom of it,
Mhm.
where you fought some very scary creatures.
Yes.
So yes,
They are now bones.
One of whom I yeeted into oblivion.
yes, not fun. As you notice, there is another symbol like that actually right here for on the map itself.
And having returned to the barrel full of beef jerky, Paarth fetches himself a few more pieces.
You get a few pieces of beef jerky, this time tasting of teriyaki flavor.
Yay!
So y'all just proceed forward to the marked door.
Hmm.
yeah. And as Vladimir is passing the barrel that Paarth is on, he'll reach his arm down to grab himself some jerky as well. But he's also going to keep his arm right there in case Paarth wants to climb back up and be on Vladimir's shoulders again.
Yeah. Refill stocks of him beef jerky.
Okay.
There. Oh. Let's see here.
So sorry, hold up a sec.
Mm.
Oh, I was joking. I'm choking on
Oh,
food.
yes,
No
please,
worries.
no with the
How is it?
chokings.
No dead DMs.
Look, dude, you need to swallow your food, not inhale it.
I'm trying to. It's hard. You guys keep asking me fucking questions, and I'm like, God damn it.
So, about how my voice is just cracking this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I
Fine.
was doing the joke, asking Steve something.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, all right. Within this section, unless anyone had a question, I couldn't tell.
No, I was just
Yeah.
joking. Of course, I remember where the jerky barrel is.
So,
Yeah.
as you go through this little secret door, there are two doors. One right in front of you, and then one on the far right.
Oh.
What does the schematic say?
There are two doors.
There. Well, check this
Vladimir.
nearer one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since Vladimir's right there, he'll just go ahead and open that door. See
Which
if it'll let
which
me
one?
hear. This one.
Okay. As you go to open it, it's a locked door.
Oh. All right. It's locked.
Well,
I wonder if I have. Do I have a thing? I don't think I do. As he's kind of patting himself down, he's basically looking for anything that he might have as like a improvised lockpick.
Are these the
You-
old-fashioned doors with really big keyholes you can see through?
Yes.
I do, or
Well, I was answering Paarth's question of
Paarth's
there.
question. Okay.
It is a stereotypically big lock door.
Well, all right. Well, we got one of those, and he just leans his head down to take a peek through.
I need you to give me a perception check.
I will also do the same.
All right. Well, it have to be one after the other because it's kind of hard for multiple people to look through the lock. You know.
Yeah.
What is it? It's the exclamation point R1D20, right?
Exclamation mark 1d20 plus whatever the roll is.
20 plus 1.
So mine would simply be 23.
Why'd you roll with advantage?
Because I am a pseudodragon.
Oh, okay.
Anything perception checks based that is visual, hearing. I didn't mean to roll a second time. Visual, hearing, or what was it? Visual, hearing, or smelling.
Scent?
I get a advantage on it.
Okay, just want to double check.
So
Senses is great.
Vladimir goes to take a peek first. He doesn't see shit. He rolled a 2.
Yeah.
like-
So after a moment of you realizing, Vlad, you were actually looking through and focusing on the wrong eye. So actually, you were just looking at the door. For you, Paarth, you were able to look through a little bit, and you can basically just see what looks to be like different types of shelves, and like a rack that has some weapons on it.
Paarth conveys this through his telepathy, what he can see.
Looks like this is weapons stash.
Does Paarth smell anything in particular on the other side, or does it just smell metally?
There's nothing. There's not a particular smell besides like the dew that is occurring from this place.
Okay.
And not the Mountain Dew.
Yeah, Dungeon Dew is not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like we have weapon storage here. So, if we want to go in, take a peek, great, but the door is locked.
Well, could probably blast open the lock on this thing.
You
Unless
know,
have...
you make me very concerned as soon as you say blast.
Technically, one of you has a key. It's an unorthodox key, but it'll work.
Hmm?
Look through your items.
You don't mean mine that would not at all fit, do you?
No, yours would probably not do that.
Okay, because as I said, I don't think the Fae would give me a universal skeleton key.
Looking here.
Notes to hold the pseudodragon in front of a scanning device when entering a room. Yeah, just make sure to hold your pseudodragons like a burger.
I'm thinking like, in Star Trek there, you whip out the tricorder, whip out the pseudodragon. Perceive! Check! Sight, sound!
I've never seen it, so I don't know.
Oh, you have never... Okay, well, I'm going to have to find you a YouTube video or something there so you can learn what a tricorder is.
All I know is that Scotty always tends to beam someone up. That's really all it is.
It's a generic like scanning device that makes them find things somehow, and it's arbitrary what it can and cannot find every episode.
Oh, okay. So it's always an identify.
I am detecting Crozatron particles, therefore it has to be precisely a pig that was from this quadrant of the universe, and it has to be specifically male somehow. Yeah.
Yeah. I am detecting loads of bullshit here. Just scanning one person.
The most universal one that's always been laughed at is my tricorder is detecting life signs, and they have never explained how the hell this thing knows the difference between one thing's life signs and another thing's life signs, in which sometimes it detects certain things and other times it doesn't detect other things, which obviously should be very similar.
It's just a Pokedex at that point.
Pretty much.
Okay, so continuing on. Anyone have any fun ways of getting around this, or you guys just want to continue forward?
I'm trying to find, because there's so many things there. Looking through my notes about a key.
One of you have like dynamite or acid or something else that's key-like, or a lock-picking kit?
Dynamite.
Yeah, the most I can see is some the sticks of incense. Okay, that will work for opening up a key.
Apparently, the way he said it was a non-typical method of using a key.
Oh, wait. I know what he's referring to.
Unconventional.
Hang on. I know what he's referring to. Vladimir just kind of pauses a second. He goes, okay, you know what? You guys take a step back.
Please don't use the gun. OOC, don't use the gun.
And Vladimir reaches back and grabs the fucking warhammer.
Oh, that key. Right.
Yeah, I love how Paarth's like, don't use the gun. For the love of God, don't use the gun.
My fragile little ears.
I mean, I was going to Eldritch blast it, but that works too.
Hey,
that is definitely a good door knocker, I gotta admit.
And Vladimir lines up the head of the hammer to the door, because basically what he's going to do is right now he's got the top of the hammer pressed against the door, and what he's going to do is he's going to pull straight back and then lunge straight forward with it.
When you said that you had it like against the door, like did you like actually like have it like pressed against it, or like just kind of like hovering away?
I have it. Basically, what Vladimir's doing is he's pressing the head of the hammer against the door, just to kind of like, okay, let's find a good spot for this.
Okay. So sorry to interrupt you. As you press against the door, I need you to make the attack check.
Okay.
Hammer special properties.
Well, right, but not quite what I was getting at. But okay, well, let's go ahead and do it anyway.
Do it.
Let's see.
This is a fun property of the hammer.
So that'll be.
It's effectively
That.
the hammer from. Dyslexia. Why? Why'd you steal that? You're on Mars and you run around with the hammer and the C4 is your two first weapons and you blast everything.
Halo?
Um,
It's the crafty hammer.
no, it's the one with the like demolition physics. It was like the main selling point of the game.
Oh, right, fighting and his rebel slash insurgent on Mars, dealing with some evil people.
Yeah, like an evil company.
Yeah, I know the game you're referring to. I'm
Red
gonna tell you the
Faction?
name.
Yes,
Red
that's it.
Faction.
Yeah, Red Faction.
Okay, so that is 16 total.
Okay. The moment that you tap the door to get ready and you're like, okay, this is how I'm trying to get the good range for it. The moment you tap on it, you see that glyphs immediately light up at the top of the end of the hammer, as immediately the door for this room shatters and burst outwards as like splinters like fling towards the shelves and everything.
Vladimir's just standing there with the hammer, shocked expression on his face, like, okay, this is thing.
Yep, so it is the Red Faction hammer. You just tap furniture with it and it is gone.
Okay.
So
Good
something
to
you
know.
learn about this hammer is that any time it touches an inanimate object, it will attempt to shatter it. So be very careful.
Touch something. Touch something.
You
So
know
don't
what?
set it down on the ground then?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
that was interesting.
Tell me about it.
Puts it down on the top story floor of a building. Boom, 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 boom. He just
Oh,
goes through
God,
every
this-
single floor on his way down.
Oh god, this thing is the D&D equivalent of the Rod of God. Oh god.
I do hope that it at least has the whole. Someone has to be holding it there for it to activate that.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's open. As he just puts it on his back.
Whoever made constructed the incantation on this thing was rather lax in its activation sequence.
Hey, you know what? It got us this far, alright? Let's just not question it right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Let me roll something for my reaction here. Okay. At least it wasn't as bad. When that happens, Vlad, you find Paarth is semi-catatonic, frozen on your shoulder with his claws dug into your leather armor.
And- And Vlad's just like, you know what? I have same response, Paarth. You and I are on the same page.
The pseudodragon's just frozen. He's not moving.
Ugh, says the dungeon master.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's proceed forward. So you guys want to explore the
Okay.
room?
Real quick, it is 11 o'clock. I do need to take off, so Ace, you'll have control of the character. Just to take over for the time being. So, yeah.
Just
I
flash on
won't
the
kill you.
JoJo to be continued screen, and then we jump to Marshall's side.
Yeah.
Well, there's not really much going on with Marshall's on because Marshall's resting. So it's like that was
Oh,
something that was
okay.
agreed upon.
I
So
thought he was catching up on a whole bunch of things.
he already did.
Oh, okay.
Unless I'm mistaken, Marshall is like you already like did some
Yeah.
research with at the library and everything and like the notes, and then
I
you
did?
encountered Yeah, you did that, and
I
then
don't
as you
think I went
tried
to
to,
the library, I did encounter Akna.
yeah, but that's when you were trying to go back and everything, and
Oh,
that's when
yeah,
you encountered. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's all happening like technically right now a little bit, and then you with resting up and everything, because you said that you were taking rest outside. So yeah, we're good to continue.
Okay, so you're gonna have to take over as Vlad there, time for, or what the fuck, Ace, for a little bit.
Ugh.
All right,
Well,
I'll be
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'll be back in a little bit.
Take care, Aeros.
Yee.
See
See
ya.
you back soon.
So Vlad's pseudodragon ornament on his shoulder eventually recovers and shows signs of life again.
Mhm. Okay. And what do y'all do now?
Undoubtedly, he would step into the room and look around.
Okay.
Yeah, as with the rest of the group, I imagine.
Perception check or investigation.
There's no need to do that. It's pretty self-explanatory what's in here.
Okay.
So as you walk on in, racks of weapons line the walls of the chamber, including spears, swords, crossbows, and bolts. A dozen dirty red cloaks hang from hooks by the door as well.
Mhm.
And in this room, you can see not only there's just a couple of those red band cloaks and everything that are there, but you see in total 12 spears, 6 short bow six short swords,
Mhm.
4 long swords, 6 light crossbows, and 8 quivers holding 20 crossbow bolts each.
Mm.
Lots of sharp thingies.
Yes, as you can determine, this is an armory.
Very handy sharp thingies there for a certain cleric.
If the red band is disbanded, I don't think there's any particular use of the party members taking the cloaks, but remember, I'm not saying anything in character because I can't say things.
There. Well, Norelor, perhaps you should stuff a few of these cloaks into your bag there.
You want so? For what reason do you want the cloaks?
Well, though the ruffians may not be in this town anymore, they could still be used as guises for the rest of us sometime down the road. We don't really have any other outfits that are readily available.
Well,
That is my thinking.
said, well, good heart. She'll put them in there.
There, at least one for each, maybe a spare.
Okay, you do that.
And looks like there is a few other things for you at least.
I'm assuming Vlad's talking about the crossbows and the quivers.
There. And
She takes a look at the crossbows to see if any of them's interesting.
Paarth has no interest. They're sharp, pointy things.
So they're just regular crossbows?
Go ahead and give me a go ahead and give me either investigation or perception.
Okay, I'll use perception as that's much stronger for her.
Go for it.
Okay. Oh, right, level 5. The proficiency went up.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Said we went to level 5, the proficiency went up.
Yeah, so your proficiency should be +3.
Yeah.
Ooh, I forgot about that.
Alright, so you saw what I rolled, right?
In like private chat
19.
or like what you rolled?
I rolled it in the game.
Okay, sorry. You said that where you wrote, and I'm like, wait, huh? Okay, so I do see that. 19. Okay, so actually, you spot this isn't like one particular quiver. As the quiver looks a bit more intricate and well designed. But you see that there is essentially like mist that is actually pronging from some of these. As you take a look, and the bolts are kind of in like a special contained quiver, as when you pull one out to investigate it, a frost-like mist kind of like shines off of the ends of the tip as you find a unique quiver that has 10 ice bolts attached to them.
Nice.
Interesting. She'll take those separately, and she'll take some of the others, some of the regular bolts.
Okay. You refill on your stock a little bit, and you also get the special quiver. So, and pretty much, what is it? The ice bolts pretty much act like ice arrows. Where, once the arrows draw, wait, hold on, that's not right. Let me go ahead and find that for you. Oh, yeah, so pretty much like anytime that you fire this, it is going to add an extra 1d8 of cold damage. In addition, that's it. That's it. You have 10 of them, so you'll have to make sure that you keep track of having 10 of those in total.
Alright. Alright, so that's all she'll be interested in, really.
Okay. Anything else y'all want to check out while you're here?
You were saying that it's basically all axes, swords, crossbows, and the like. In here,
Yeah.
nothing.
Besides those magical bolts that Norelor found, there's really nothing else that's special about this room.
Okay. Then we can go ahead and head on into the next room. Is in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
All right, to the next room. As you go to approach the door to the next room, it's not locked, so you can open it up. Whoa.
There we go.
And within this room, 3 large stone sarcophagi stand within the dusty crypt. And propped up against each of them is a human skeleton clad in bits of rusted mail armor. Which, let me go ahead and as you walk into the room, you do see that bits of like rattling occur within each of them as they sort of reanimate before your eyes.
There.
Did Vlad join us on returning, getting to the room?
Yes, so he's like behind now because someone else opened the door. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
All right.
As 3 skeletons are in your way.
Wonderful. Let's see here.
Let me go ahead and do turn-based mode, and then I am going to do this we're doing it in a different way, so that way we can actually keep track of proper initiative order. So let me go ahead and I will roll this out for the skeletons, and everyone go ahead and roll me your initiative.
That's neat. I see a whole bunch of unknowns this time around. Also, it's implied I'm on Vlad's shoulder. I figured Vlad would be closer to the front of the marching order.
It was, well, Vulcan was the one who opened the door, so that's why it shows there.
Yeah, but I figured Vlad would be behind him, but whatever. At the moment, just flying in the air.
Yeah, it's right now you're just flying in the air. So everyone go ahead and give me a roll of the initiatives.
I did not expect to not shorting that. But, oh well.
I switched the dashboard around, so just give me a moment. Go ahead and just roll it, and then I will ask for a count. So don't just give it to me right away.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Has everyone rolled?
There. Yep.
Yeah, same
you'll-
for maybe Vlad, but
Yes, I'm getting his up and ready too. So
Alright.
I'm also gonna change the music so it's a fun battle one.
Nice.
Oh, that's ambiance. I don't want to change ambiance. It's got to be some fun one I can choose because now there's new music to use. Let's see this one. Oh, here we go.
Good try.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and get everyone's initiative. So, did anyone get 20 or higher?
I'm at 20 below, so her minus tip is 22 now.
Okay, so 22 for Norelor. Anyone between 20 and 15?
I am 19.
Okay. Let me just go ahead and... And then what is his bonus? Oh, okay. So, Norelor, what is your dexterity by chance?
Her modifier is a +2.
Okay, so Vlad would go first, then you. Okay, and then you said yours was what was it, a Vulcan?
19.
Okay. Anywhere between 15 and 10.
That'd be Davwyn.
Yep, I'm 14.
14? Okay. And then it is pretty much just boop, boop, boop. All right, let's apply the turn order. Which, firstly, it would start off with Vlad. Which, Vlad is not really much in a position to do anything because he's kind of just in the back. So
charge ahead.
Oh yeah, you can walk through enemy allies. So be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. So he will go charging, pushing people around, being like, "Not on my way, I have this taken care of." Yoga. As he is going to pull out the machete that he has and attack the skeleton.
Can you reposition me, Ace, over top of Vlad?
Yes. Give me a moment. There you go.
Thank you.
And I just gotta figure out where he put the weapon staff status for it. I think it's just a +8 he has to attack, but yes, he does. Okay, cool. All right. Oh. Yeah, I'm like forgetting everything. Okay, there we go. I'm like, where do I roll the dice? And I'm like, man, I haven't used Tailspire in a while. Ooh, okay. Oh, that actually, oh no, that misses. So he does go for a swing and misses, but luckily, Vlad here's a multi-attack, so let's do that again.
Nice.
And that will hit. So...
Hey.
This is +5, so let's see. Okay, so Skeleton taking 8 damage. You see that the machete actually misses on the first strike as it just kind of clashes against the the armor scraps that the skeleton has. But on the second attempt, is able to get a big hit on the side, closer towards the hip, and you can definitely hear some breaking of bones as these were looking to be pretty decrepit and very old, as just the bone easily breaks away, and a little bit of just kind of like bones kind of like banging together a little bit, like just kind of like emanates from the mouth of the skeleton. And next up it is Norelor.
Okay. So, move forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
We get rid of that dice.
And I'll have a cast as the Sacred Flame on the skeleton Vlad attack.
Okay. So it's a dexterity saving throw.
Quick look. Yeah, Sacred Flame is dex.
All right, that fails. Go ahead and roll me. What is it? 2d8 radiant damage.
Yep.
And actually, go ahead and add a additional die to that.
Oh yeah, because undead are weak to it, aren't they?
That is correct.
Okay, what was the other die? Oh, just another
Oh my-
D8. Just another D8?
Yeah, another d8. It's not a particular ruling for it, but I like to rule it for that. Oh no!
That was bad.
Oh.
Full total.
Yeah, so feeling the influence of you said Saloon, that's your goddess, correct?
Silion, yes.
Saloon, yeah. You feel I'm going to smite this undead like it's never been smitten before, and you put your energy towards this radiance, and the skeleton, not looking too good, does kind of clatter towards you. And just kind of like jitters and everything as like the bones rattle. And is that all you're gonna do?
I don't think I can do anything with my bonus action right now. And these are just skeletons. Fingers crossed. So, all in my turn for now.
Okay. Next up, Valkin, it is your turn.
All right, and then I will go ahead and let's see here, move here, then cast Eldritch Blast, which I now have 2 beams of. There, because 5th level.
Hey!
Yeah.
Yep, I was reading that myself. I was like, ooh, double boomies.
Yes, double boops. There. All right. So first off, here is the first roll. There you go, 17 against the one closest to Vladimir.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll.
There, 17.
Oh, okay. That hits, and you don't need to roll any damage because it was at 1 health. So,
Oh, it just turns
the-
dust.
yeah, the moment that you blast it, it hits against the wall, and the bones shatter apart. So it's very similar towards this noise if you can hear it. So,
Yes.
just of Legos shattering. As
Yep.
he's dead.
There. Let's see here. And then second bolt here is going to be. There we go. And 15 against the one further away. There, this guy.
I'm so sorry. You said that was what again?
15. 1-5.
Yep, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alright, and then damage there is going to be 1d10 plus 5. Right?
Yep, 1d10 plus 5.
Yeah. And there. Okay. And then just typing that out. There's d10. 9 damage.
Very good.
And then I will go ahead and take my less armored self and move back behind the more armored peoples.
Sounds
There,
good to me.
And use the shoving action thereof. My Eldritch Blast to send him that way.
Okay. So, as you shoot him, he kind of hits the wall a little bit, clanking against it, before he is just stuck in a corner. But he does not look too good. Is that it?
There. Yep, that will end my turn.
All right, Paarth, you're up.
Okay, Paarth aims at this creature, and I ready an action to Eldritch Blast the moment it tries to move forward.
Okay, so you're holding your action. If it approaches, you blast.
Yep, the moment it tries to approach, I blast it with my Eldritch Blast, and that is with my full force effect.
Mm-hmm.
That is my turn.
Perfect. It is that skeleton's turn. He attempts to approach.
Yep, and then I automatically blast him back. Let's see if I can actually roll on its turn. I think I can.
Yep. Go ahead and do your blast.
That would be plus 6, so 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 to hit.
That'll hit. Roll damage.
Okay. So now it is 2d10. Oops, I forgot to cast my Hex, but oh well, I'll do it next turn. That was my fault for not mentioning it.
So one thing to recall is that each beam is a separate attack. So
Yep.
if you're going to use both beams, you're going to make sure that you attack twice.
Oh really? I do aim each one separately?
Yes.
Ooh, okay. That is actually useful.
Yeah, that's why with Hex it's really nice. You hit anyway,
It's
so...
identical.
okay.
So
that's...
the damage output is 1d10, and actually I forgot to check. No, it's not until next level I get the other effect. So it is just the 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
Okay.
Force. And right, and I shoved him backwards twice.
Okay, he can only be shoved back 5 feet back against the coffin.
So I bumped him against the wall twice then.
Pretty much. You bounced him like a bouncing ball.
Doesn't it have an effect where if you knock somebody with the force, if they hit a wall, they have to roll something too?
Yes, or they have to make sure that they stand up. So let's see. Oh my god, yep, knocked prone.
Oh, that would apply for the other one in the other corner.
That is correct. I will do that as well. Ay, caramba.
Player's Handbook 111. I'll look it up as fast as I can here, because there is something also about damage if you push them into a wall.
I primarily just do it where it's like prone or something like that. As like a fun variant rule for it. So.
Oh, I thought they flat out also took damage from it.
No, I usually do that if
just
it's like
push. It's a different version of it that does damage. So yes, just shoving them.
Yeah, it's just shoving. But
Okay.
I do a fun variant part where it's like, oh, you hit a wall between the midpoint, then they make a save, and it's like, okay, cool. Well, he's used 5 feet, and then he's gonna get back up, which will use half of his movement, so he'll have 10 feet left. I get up. And then he will approach Vlad and attempt to strike with his spear,
He was able to walk forward, get shoved back, get up, and walk forward again.
It's only 10 feet distance.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
I get knocked down and I get up again.
exactly. Never gonna keep me down. Oh, it has it has like a spear. So okay, let's go ahead and I'll see if I can get the attack roll then. Nope, this guy ain't touching anything. So as the skeleton lunges forward with the spear, the initial impact against the wall must have caused some of its joints to be messed with. Oh wait, it doesn't have joints, so therefore it just kind of misses. Which goes on to our next little skeleton friend, right here. First of all, I get up.
Yep.
And so he will move.
Yeah. Doesn't Vlad have a command roll thing there whenever he's attacked?
He does. It's his battle master stuff, but he can choose to use that if he wants to. I'm not gonna let him do that because do you really want to waste a die like that on a weak enemy?
Okay.
Alright, so he gets up and he comes back again with 15 feet of movement, and he will attack Vlad with yet this time being a short sword. I know it looks like a spear on his end, but I couldn't find a model that had a short sword, so which will fail, and
Nice.
that will be their turn. Vladimir's turn is up, and so he is going to use his little machete and cleave his way through.
Ooh.
Okay, well he just misses on that, so he goes to lunge at one of the skeletons and dramatically misses, kind of just feeling the effect of like just multiple enemies around him, not getting a clear shot of being able to like swing, but he does get an extra attack. And that one will hit against this one.
All right.
Which actually doesn't even matter because it has enough health to just die. As with a nice upright swing of the machete, it breaks through the armor scraps and just completely disassembles the skeleton. Yet again. And that is Vlad's turn.
Wait, whenever they get up, I'm imagining the dry bones thing from Mario.
Yeah. Oh, your chat can hear it.
Nice. She'll just try to sacred flame the rain skelly.
Go for it. Oh wait, he has to make the save.
Yeah, it's a save.
All right, roll damage.
So it's gonna be 3d8s, right?
That's correct.
Because he's dead.
How do you want to do it? Or how do you want it to look?
It crumbles into dust up from the sacred flames.
You gotta lean into it and have fun. Like, as the sacred flames wrap around his bony corpse, you hear the sound of crushing bones as it turns into talcum powder in front of your very face.
They'll probably be able to be more improvise such details a lot more quicker than I actually can.
Okay.
It's something to practice at.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a matter of moments, you feel the goddess's blessing upon you as what looks to be a ray of moonlight just shimmers around the skeleton as you just see the bones jitter a whole bunch before they just completely disintegrate. And he's dead.
Nice.
And that's it. That's the combat.
And because I failed to remember what I was going to do in my turn properly, oh well, you guys will see it later.
Yeah, Ed, sorry, no Lego, because didn't die by physical damage.
I don't know if skeletons in the basement, but that's taking an extra step. Everyone good?
Yeah, just thinking of the theme ending with that old cartoonish xylophone song.
Wow. Okay. So, within the room itself, now that the skeletons have been dealt with, you see at the end there is a set of double doors on the far left, and to your immediate left, you see that there is another door, which, according to the map, the double door section is exactly where you guys first tried to go, on the left end, where there was the pitfall, but you guys cleared it up, so it's fine now. And
Ish.
what looks ish, and it looks to be that on the map of this last room here, it looks to have some sort of bar, kind of like bar grid symbol that looks to symbolize a jail cell.
All right.
I'm assuming besides the gravestone or coffins and bony dust everywhere, there's not much of interest that's immediately obvious.
Not really, as the armor that was on these skeletons is just scraps, so it's not really effective armor in general.
Yeah.
And the weapons kind of they were easily broken as you attacked them, so there just really wasn't anything to gather from this.
Yeah, so given the fact we know where the Rondo goes, so go to the jail cells and try to open the door.
Okay.
I was expecting a perception check, and you just say you hear really poorly sung minstrel's music on the other side of the door.
Well, actually, we will see. So, as you open the door, let's see. You actually don't really. You actually see a little bit of some other fun stuff in here. So, haha, funny. As you open the door, sorry, I'm trying to pull the description up too. This is a long room. Is patronated 3 areas, with iron bars walling off on the north and the south side. Filthy straw lines in the floor A filthy straw lines in the floor of those cells, the hinged doors of which are secured by chains and padlocks. A pair of two disheveled women are held in the cell to the north, while a human boy is confined to the north. All are dressed in some standard, like, gray tunics, having collars fitted to their necks. And a heap of discarded clothing, along with some instruments, is piled carelessly against the far wall.
Right. Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Oh god, they've come back. Oh, please stop. Just let us go.
Scientists, relax, relax. We've dealt with the red vans. You guys are the missing bards, correct?
How did you find us? Oh,
Yeah.
thank the gods.
One of your people was still free. We talked to him.
Wait, so Marco, he found you, and he oh my god, I'm so glad he's safe. And just basically you just can kind of hear, like, there's like whimpers of like joy coming from each of them, as they are just essentially just begging you to let them out.
She takes a look at the door. Is it locked?
The
Padlock and
jails.
chains.
Yes. So these padlocks on the jail cells that are shown here are specifically of purely, like, darkened iron gates, looking to be well taken care of. The padlocks are massive and heavy, and you don't see a key around immediately. So it does look.
Go ahead, sorry.
So it does look like that. The doors are locked at this point, and they're pretty securely tight. Tight
So,
doors.
in other words, don't get mad, get Vlad.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. She goes, hey, Vlad, you want to come in here for a couple of moments?
Yep, get the scamper really far back as Vlad very gently taps the lock.
Yeah.
I suppose. And
You might want to stand aside from the door.
Remember, I don't talk. I'm not a character here, but I'm sure that Nor or somebody else would say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Vladimir will essentially just warn the two to be on the edges of the wall where the chain kind of dropes a little bit, and pulls out the big old hammer and gives it a little tap.
Yeah, maybe right there.
Unfortunately, that is actually where the extent of the chain ends. So to give like a good perspective, it these changed against these walls, and so they only go out up to about here. It droops a little bit because of where they're at against the wall, but if they can't go really up to here.
Yeah.
It's the same thing on this end too. So
Even a 60-degree cone there, they'd be safe.
yeah, they're safe from the blast.
Also, it's
plus it's
supposedly a
metal.
shatter effect, not a explosion effect, right?
Well,
It's with that was with the wooden door. This is with like an iron gate.
Fair enough.
So it might be different. Okay, so it
Also,
is.
he's tapping specifically the lock and chains, not the door, right? Right?
Yes, that is the intention. Yes. Although it is still going to be a hard check to do.
Paarth is definitely staying on Nor's shoulders for this.
Wow! Holy crap! Okay, he got it. So yet again, asking him, like, just stand back a little bit. I got this. And Vlad will pull out the big old hammer and give it a nice little tap against the lock itself. And it's probably the most underwhelming unlocking or shattering of items to be possible. As he taps the lock breaks. like not even like the area where like the key was like the to insert the key. It's the loop. The loop just does a small break as he just pulls it off and opens the gate.
Yay!
So it is incredibly like just
Underwhelming.
underwhelming, yes, to say the
Okay.
least.
Well, kind of got worse.
Better safe than sorry, I would think.
Yeah. Unfortunately, one thing that you do notice as you do approach closer to the women on this section, there are chains, along with an iron collar around all three of the people in here. And there's not. It looks to also have a key that would open it as well.
Well, Paarth would have a very obvious, straightforward idea here, but that one is too specific for me to dare OOC. Come on, guys, think about it carefully.
I was just thinking, rinse and repeat what we did with the dogs, except face
No,
make
no,
the...
no, 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 no. Do
Okay.
not do that right against somebody's neck.
I wasn't going to say it was at the neck. I was going to be like at the base of the chain, where it attaches to the wall.
Good job.
So keep the collar on, but just
break the chain. Yes.
For
I'm
now.
sure in town there's a way for them to get those collars off. We just need to get them detached from the wall.
Exactly.
I'd like to look around the room here and see if there happen to be any keys.
okay.
They were in
Go
the,
ahead and give me an investigation check.
All right. That's my bonus thing. 1.
Edward, if we do the door next time, I'm sure that we will regret it because he'll probably swing just a little bit harder and roll a little bit lower, and that guy will be turned into a waffle on that wall where the gate will break him into nice little cubey bits of flesh.
Pancaked against it.
He'll get waffle iron by the gate. Take care, Edward.
So what was your result, Valkin?
8.
Ooh, okay. As you just search around the room, even through like the belongings on the end or so, you don't see any sort of key. There's at least a good indication of like if there were like a guard or here or so, they would have left at this point, and they probably accidentally took the key with them.
Mm.
Yeah, so again, I do have to ask out of character because this is a little weird to me. The Red Band is mostly made up of people from the town. If
Not this
so,
town.
yeah, if so, they've been told to disband by their leader. Wouldn't they have had the inclination to go rescue their own village friends from this place?
Not this
So-
town.
Yeah, so to put it in perspective, there are members of the town, but it's not consisting of everybody. It's not even consisting of mostly people. The fact that there are just some people from the town. Their
But
goal-
so none
yeah.
of them would have gone like, hey, if we've been told to disband, maybe we can release the prisoners.
Well, so like, it's more like if you were an ally of someone and you had to jail that ally and you had the chance to break them out, wouldn't you? And you had to guard them. Wouldn't you want to do that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
So more than likely, it's like, yeah, it wouldn't make sense for anyone that's a part of the town to jail or to be the guards of the jail. It would have had to been like a different type of like thing, like, perhaps like the bugbears that are working with within them as
So
well.
they just
you
didn't
know.
care if they let these people starve to death when they left?
That's what it looks like, at least.
Ugh. I don't give
Yeah.
these people much credit then. But go ahead then.
I would kind of suspect that the people who joined up with them were kind of like the dregs of the town, the thieves and the criminals in the first place. So they wouldn't really care about whether or not there were people jailed, especially whenever they were traveling bards.
Mhm.
So they were gonna scum of the earth anyways. So how much more scummy is it? Oh, we've been told to get out of here. Fine.
All right, we
Leaves.
can continue. Just I thought I should voice that because it clashed in my head, this lore-wise. That's all.
But yeah.
So pretty much,
hopefully-
just to put in perspective, it's that, you just kind of want Vlad to just break the rest of the locks and everything.
Pretty much, and being very careful not to have the destruction in the way of to be in line with any of the people.
Yeah, so he's tapping like the chains against the walls, not the collars, not anything in front of anybody.
Ace?
Yeah, I heard it. I was just trying to look through. I'm just trying to see how Vlad would react to that. Knowing, like, the destructive property, and also knowing of what happened at the beginning of this section, it's like, I don't know if I could do that. It just...
Where the
I
chain
wouldn't...
connects to the wall part, him tapping? I think he would do that.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that he would definitely do. So
That's
okay.
what we're saying is like they'll still have the collars, they'll still have the chains hanging from them, but they can quite literally pick up their own leash and just walk with it to town.
Okay, yeah, I was like, is it that close? I'm like, no, not close to the neck, but just the chain itself, like the ending of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like a whole bunch of dogs that got free because they got detached from the post, not the leash taken off, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I was like, let's see. So this one is a bit less of a strong metal, but still at least enough to imprison somebody. So for this lady over here, the chain breaks midway through with a nice delicate tap. Going for the next lady. That one, he goes to tap it a little bit, and you see that the metal, like, breaks up a little bit, but it doesn't fully go through. And he, like, tries to, try to bend it a little bit, and it just snaps right away. So he doesn't get it immediately, but he takes a minute or so to break it on his own. So that chain is good. And what is left is just going to this door right here. Which will be a lot harder to do.
Remember, he's tapping the lock, not the door.
That one, he goes for the general tap, and you can feel the impact of the gate shake a whole bunch along with the lock, and it doesn't actually open. So he tries for it again. Which in this successful attempt, the lock actually does break and does allow for the door to be opened. And to say for all extensive purposes, because with this roll as well, yeah, he's able to break the chain off as well on the guy as well. So the different bards and everything, they just kind of like come together and are just kind of like hugging one another, just and saying like, "Oh, thank you so much for helping us out. Do you know if there's any more along the way, or any of those ruffians?"
If the leaders to his rod, they've all been disbanded. They shouldn't be no more in the town.
Well, that is good news. Would you at least be able to help us get back as well, so we can just get out of this awful place?
Yes. Suppose the other bar guy gave them a sending stone, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay,
Give a sending stone to the bard.
yeah, okay, so pulls out. This sending stone was given to us by your friend. Do you wish to try to talk to him?
Yes. Hello. As they go to try to like talk on it and everything, nothing really picks up.
He may be asleep at that moment. It is night out,
Okay. Well,
deep into the night.
as long as we can get back, it's fine. I've been in here with those awful ruffians and these tall, furry monsters with big ears. It's been terrible.
Paarth bobs his head up and down, looking a little happy, seeing that the people are freed, and seems quite happy about the idea of getting out of here himself, because he's looking a little bit more happy and frisky than usual.
Okay, so, but yeah, I assume the whole group just agrees to help bring the stuff out of this place for the bards.
Yeah, we ask it. I'm assuming that the party's going to escort the bards out. We're leaving anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would just suggest we escort them out the safe way and not the danger way. If you do, Paarth is absolutely going to warn you about that.
Yeah, the safe way is also much shorter, so
It's a little longer.
Do you mean like the area that's like has the double doors? Because you guys already secured. You guys already secured that.
Just have them do it, and I will interrupt if necessary.
Okay.
If Paarth has to be the one of reason, I will interrupt the party.
All right. So you guys are just gonna go and escort them to the double doors?
Yeah.
Okay.
In which case, yes, then Paarth does interrupt them.
it goes.
Paarth stands at the rickety bridge and makes a little growly noise and, like, opens his wings as a do not pass kind of gesture.
We made that bridge ourselves.
Yes, and we didn't use it. Why didn't we use it?
We did use it, but we weren't able to open these doors well.
Oh no, we were able to open the doors. We refused to cross because we thought it was too sketchy.
From what I recall, we crossed it, had a conversation, and decided to use the other, then went back. That was it. It's 4 hour wait just fine.
Are you guys sure? Because, like, I know the other way around
fall
was
back to
100%
DM.
safe.
It was the two now broken bridges that were the sketchy ones.
Alright, I remember us laying these, and I thought we still found them very sketchy to walk across.
So to recap, you guys never even attempted to go over when you fixed the spike trap in this one. You set up some different wooden planks over it, so it looked good. You never tested it though. So
Ergo, if we do this route, it's perfectly safe.
it'll take longer. I mean, however y'all want to
longer.
proceed.
There. Alright. And there. I remembered us crossing it, is all.
Same here,
We had
but
taken a close look at the plaques up above it.
yeah.
You guys read the plaques from across the bridge easily.
Well, it doesn't really matter too much with
Yep.
that.
I would rather us not roll if we can avoid a roll.
All
'Cause
right.
every single one of us will have to roll when we walk across that thing, including the bards.
Maybe you don't know that.
Alright. Well, we will take the guaranteed non-rolling, even if 2 out of the 4 here think that we have crossed it before. So,
Okay.
We'll just avoid the rolls.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make this a nice little shortcut thing. So I'm just gonna gather up all y'all and then just pay attention towards the room that y'all started in at the beginning. Oh, wait a sec, hold on. I gotta do this. I'm just gonna move you guys on over. just as a collective, and then bam.
Plop.
So I know.
Yeah, some
Yeah,
of them landed
you're
in the drink.
I don't think I landed in the drink, but they got close. So
Oh,
okay.
yeah, I think we're fine. We're all accounted for.
Yeah. So you all make your way back to the entrance of the area and everything, and as before you kind of make your way out and everything, they just kind of stop and they're just like, "We just want to thank you for coming and rescuing us. I don't know if you're really going to be going anywhere from the if you're planning on going anywhere separate pretty soon, but if you would be able to help us out with one additional thing, we'd be really appreciative. There's no rush on it, but there might be something that you would probably want."
It depends on what it is.
One of the women of the bard group, she like takes a strum of her lyre, and she's like, "I remember growing up in this village, or at least a village nearby. Or perhaps I had no. I remember growing up around here and having to flee away towards the town of Thunder Tree, as there was just some horrible plague going on for it. That's kind of where I was able to go out on the road for myself. But anyway, I remember losing an important item within Thunder Tree, as my family used to have an urban alchemy shop there. We would usually flee to. Now I know it's not the safest place to go, but I left something of importance there, if you'd be able to get that for me.
If we pass by Thunder Tree, we could certainly look in on it.
Thank you.
What was the item that we might recognize it?
It should be within a jewelry box, but the item itself is just it's a necklace with an emerald within it.
Emerald necklace in Thunder Tree. In more specificity, as Thunder Tree, I would imagine, isn't exactly a tiny town.
She said something about the alchemy. What was the second word?
There was an herbs and alchemy shop that is within Thunder Tree, that her family used to go to. Norelor, Thunder Tree would actually pop out for you, as you mainly reside within the Neverwinter area, and the tales of Thunder Tree are not so pleasing. From your general, actually, you want go ahead and give me what's your passive history?
Oh, passive history?
Yes.
It'd be 15.
15? Okay. So you recall that near the place where the Neverwinter River emerges from the woods stands what was a prosperous community on the outskirts of the forest, primarily wealthy from the work of its trappers and woodcutters. Unfortunately, about 30 years ago, as this would be something that you would not have. Like, actually, how old is your character?
21 seems to be a bit young.
Yeah, so you wouldn't really know of this, but you would know from general tales of living up in your standard village. There was an eruption of Mount Hotnow, which is just which caused a lot of devastation to the to Thunder Tree. In the wake of its natural disaster, a plague of strange zombies swept the area, either killing or driving off those who survived the eruption itself. So a lot of the area that is around there is corrupted due to that eruption still. So it's a very dangerous place for any common person to go to.
Said Thunder Tree. That's the place where the volcano exploded, and now it's crushed land with full of zombies. Correct?
Exactly. I was a child around that time period of when it happened, and there's not a lot that I really recall from it, but I do know that my mother's necklace is there. If you could get it back for me, that would be beautiful. I was thinking about it recently, and I at least recalled that that was something that I was never able to get back. I did actually hear from inside the village, and I could be wrong of this, but apparently there is a man, or rather, like some sort of being of nature that does reside there sometimes. That or just visits. If I don't really know much about them, unfortunately, but you may be able to go there and see if maybe they might be able to help out.
That'd be quite possible.
This is interesting to ask, but we can certainly look in on it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Like I said, if you're able to get to it or not is completely up to you. It would just be appreciated if you could. And unless there is anything else, you make your way out. Oh my god, I'm so okay. Oh, what the?
Huh?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was checking something on Hero Forge. They have Fennec Fox models.
Yeah, those are
Finally.
those are like brand new base.
Let's
Okay, so
go.
time to buy new Hero Forge thing.
Yeah, and yet
Oh
they
my
still
God.
don't have pseudo-dragons of any kind. It's like,
Yeah,
what the frig? They have even penguin familiar, but not pseudo-dragon familiar?
Yeah. They also have weavers, which are like spider-like people. They have elk people. They have forclaimers, which is wait, what the heck is that? Oh, it's like a fool's gold promotion thing. Like a specific race for them. But it looks like they're like semi-bit like rune integrated, which looks pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, I saw Fennec Fox for that, and I'm like, yes, I love it. Those big ears, those are some big ears.
Ready to make your avatar in Hero Forge now?
Oh, dude, I'm about to remake my character in Hero Forge. You know it.
Well, I still can't until they freaking add a dang pseudo-dragon, but I still find that mind-blowing that they haven't done that yet. But it does sound fun, though.
Yeah, that is surprising. They did, which is also really dumb too. They added something known as a Doom Duck, which is just a duck with a wizard's hat on it.
And yet, still no freaking pseudo-dragon, and no imp.
Yeah, there's also a squid and an octopus, which is like you added those, but you haven't added a pseudo dragon yet, which is like, bro, what the H?
You are not wrong.
It makes no
Anyway,
sense.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. I just saw that and I'm like, oh my god.
For game, just another OOC point of logic. We've rescued these people. We're taking them to town. It seems incredibly obvious to me that since these bards are walking, with collars around their necks and chains still, we may as well just escort them directly to the blacksmith to help them get freed, and while we're there, if any of you want to do any purchasing of, armors and stuff, it might make sense. I know it's late at night at the moment, but I don't know how close to morning or day it is by now.
That we will have to figure out when we get to the other board. So, you do make it out of the depths of this, of the hideout, not really seeing anything else as you exit through, looking like the place has just been emptied out from its original residence. And I'm just loading up the other board right now, so give me like one moment.
I got a question. Does Marshell see us as we're moving about?
Well, that depends on where Marshall exactly was resting at. So,
I think
Valid.
he said the forest near the mansion, but still like secluded enough to be covered, right?
Exactly. Exactly that.
okay, I just gotta figure out where your character is. Oh, because
Marshall's
technically
just
you're
like down.
here. We'll do this. So I'm gonna move your character over to close to the village because I think you are still technically in the house where you were studying stuff.
Hmm?
So, that's Marshall character specifically. So I'll move him over.
I thought he did all of his studying stuff, went to the mansion, did the whole thing about chasing Aknon, had the conversation, and then he went back to the mansion and slept in the forest nearby.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just that his model wasn't moved, so I'm
his
moving
model
that
wasn't
right.
moved. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Here, let me move this character back
I'll place
quickly.
him like right here.
I'm sorry, Ace. I thought you were referring to his character as opposed to the model itself.
Bruh. Anyway, I'm joking. So yeah, let me go ahead and I'm gonna summon you all to the board.
That's a bro moment right there, if I've ever seen one.
There's a bruh moment. How about that?
Bruh.
I vaguely remember a game with a four-claimer in it. It was a little weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Okay,
It's a little
summon player.
awkward.
Alright, and then I gotta make sure that I move Vlad's character in here too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Which
right.
I figured out how to do the unique thing, so yay.
I know where I remember four-claimer from. There was a YouTuber who shows all their nutty things where they had that one character that had a wild magic thing happening with their character's arm, and they did YouTube videos regularly talking about their adventure. And one of their friends was a four-claimer. Like one of the party members.
Very nice. There's a way further. Okay. So as you emerge from the depths of the cellar, it still looks like it's past midnight into the earlier morning, but it is still relatively night. Though it is looking to be a bit closer to when the sun will rise. And you emerge from the back.
All right. I'm assuming the bards are with us. Is this the models?
I'm sorry?
Said I assume the bards we rescued are with us still.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spawn them just that way they can disappear later. So,
Yeah.
yeah, but they are with y'all, and do you just, like I said, do you just escort them to the blacksmith and everything?
It would make the you guys say.
Said, yeah, bring them to where they can get the chains off would make the most sense.
Okay. Let me go ahead and find where that's at.
Yeah. Now, for clarity, the chains, the thing around the their neck, is it locked with like a padlock or?
It's like a simple, it's a simple like two-prong collar where it would just like you would unlock it or lock it from the front, and then you would clamp it around someone's neck.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I was wondering
I'm
what
sure the blacksmith can get rid of it for them.
Yeah, locking mechanism was.
yes. So, just trying to see where that would be at. So there's the woodwaker. There's okay. So relatively, a blacksmith would be within I would say near, like near the center of town, if not a little far ways off, in a small little hut by the woods. So I'd say like if you're like on like the map and everything, like right around here.
1 sec.
But take a big zoom out, and you'll see a big bubble.
I can't seem to zoom out really far. There you are. Way up north, guys. Well, I guess west.
Yeah, right
way
here.
up west.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
Should we just teleport over there instead of just having our characters rock over there?
Before you do, just a lore reminder. As we walk out, there is very dragonkin-y shaped scorch marks of footprints leading away from the mansion.
that is correct. You even see that there is a tree that has been felled, that looks to have severe gash marks on it.
Okay.
And that's once you make it towards near the front of it, so I'll move you guys up to show you exactly, like right around here.
Mhm.
Said, well, somebody really wasn't happy, were they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Paarth is kind of eyeing the tracks himself quite thoroughly. The amount of time that Paarth has known Aknon, he's probably only seen one of these kind of outbursts before.
Well, it's hard to tell exactly if it is Aknon in its regard, but I mean, if you do like an investigation check, you might be able to tell.
Sure, I'll have Paarth try.
It's just like that's just player knowledge. That's why. So
Well, it's personal past knowledge, so
well, yeah. So for you, you would just roll with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
with advantage. Okay.
So 21. Okay. Yeah, you succeed. Yeah, while you have not seen it too much, you do know that there have been like fits of rage that Aknon has been akin to, very similar towards like how you've seen certain adventurers like that are of like barbarian roots have like a fits of rage like that. You see that there have been moments like this where literally the environment is directly affected by just the simple, pure anger that Aknon can present. It's not often. Usually, if he gets pushed to a mental and physical point, he can go a bit unhinged like that. But it's not often you've seen it.
So yeah, Paarth will be gawking at the prince just as much as the rest of the party. And then like looking around just to see if there's any angry dragonkin noises, but quite likely not. It's been quite some time since he stormed away.
Yeah, with your investigation, you can tell that while these are like semi-recent, it's not recent enough for it to be to have been something that's like more, I guess, like
quite
like
simply,
right
it's
within the
not
vicinity.
smoldering anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Mm-hmm.
but you can
You know
definitely
it's
tell
fresh
it's
because
Aknon's
there'll be fire.
Yeah, it's more like ash and like soot that's around the area.
Ash and Ketchum.
Yeah. Anyway, do you guys just continue forward and everything, or?
I believe that's the
Yep.
plan.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for Marshell and we'll keep an eye out for Marshell and also for Aknon there and any other oddities that he may have left behind.
As you travel
Should I roll?
and you make,
I was gonna say, should I roll a stealth check, then everybody else makes a perception check to see if they can find me?
Well, I mean, are you actively trying to hide yourself, or?
I mean, what's the difference between hiding and retreating far away so that physically I'm not visible to Aknon?
Well, so the question is that, are you actively trying to hide yourself away, or are you just within an area that you're resting at that has low visibility, and you're not actively trying to stay stealthy?
Oh, the second one then.
Okay, so that means that we would use your passive stealth instead, and it depends if everyone is actively searching for Marshall or not, or if you're just kind of looking as you walk by.
Unfortunately, we only last knew Marshall as being at the library. Or not the library,
Okay.
but you know, the town hall.
Okay, so
As
with
much as that sucks.
so with that, let's just say for perspective, you're looking around as to be cautious. You're not actively investigating. So if I can get everyone except Marshall's passive perception, and then Marshall, I'll need your passive stealth.
Wait.
If I may say something,
Oh, what's up?
Norelor's passive perception is 17.
Wait, what?
And I'm
Right.
willing to bet that Marshall's is less than that, correct?
D&D Beyond does not calculate passive stealth.
What's the modifier?
It is +2.
So it's 12. So
Oh. Yeah, so
Besides-
definitely smart, Marshall.
Also, if any of y'all would technically be within message range, I could just spam message.
yeah.
That requires you to know about right here as well.
And point
Yeah.
at us, like, with meaning.
Well, that's why if any of you, if you guys passed me while I was leaving, then I could have messaged you.
Yeah. So I will say, like, for
I think I'll just have to put myself back here. I far enough away.
well, you can say where I have you placed already, because
Oh,
then you
okay.
wouldn't be visible. But so I would say, since there's not a active investigation, that's why I'm asking for passives, which leads me to anyone who has a passive over 12. You would be able to see that as you make your way around the bend right here as you're about to make it back in town, you get a glimpse of what looks to be some silvered white hair of a person that is just kind of resting by the broken stone walls that are nearby.
Hey, let's hobo. Let's keep going.
Hobo covered in books.
Yeah.
As well,
So-
they are dark vision. Could they recognize? They recognize Marshall?
Yeah. You can. You Norelor recognize that it is Marshall.
Hey, Marshall.
I message back, hey.
You're not.
Yeah.
Are you that far away?
Where-
No, you're
I
not that
just
far
want-
away.
He doesn't feel safe talking out loud.
I don't.
Well, Nora already did, so whatever.
Yeah,
Damn
she.
it.
Yeah, she actively said something. So.
Oops.
Oops. Uh-oh. Did a wuggy wuggy.
Okay, so unrelated to that voice, I have to go.
Where?
Anyways, let's keep going. Sorry.
So you guys are gonna approach Marshall, or just?
I'll just
I assume
Yeah.
the two are going to like keep walking, and then they'll meet as they walk. Correct?
Yeah. If you guys want to do that, you just kind of like walk and catch up and everything.
So just a reminder, Marshall, you see the party quietly walking with a whole bunch of people that are holding musical instruments, looking like they've had one hell of a bad time, and are wearing metal collars, carrying chains in their own hands, like they're carrying
think-
their own leashes in their hands.
I think I can assume what happened. I think Marshall can assume what happened.
It's a general assumption. That
Yeah. Call
It
it a
was a-
hunch, but I
it was
think
quite a
they were being
party.
held hostage. Call it a hunch.
Well, we have quite the story to tell you, Marshall.
I have news to tell you.
Alright. So we talk as we bring these guys to the blacksmith to take these off.
Da.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and move you guys over there, but you guys can have your conversations as you walk on over.
Yeah.
So, did you guys meet Aknon recently?
If you're referring to the incident, yeah, it happened.
There. Yes, and Acnon is not as we thought him to be. As I continue to, for sake of brevity here, regale him with the tale of the lack of a guild and Acnon's involvement with the doppelganger.
Damn it. That was literally all of Marshall's news.
Well, Marshall has other aspects to it because he knows
No,
a whole
that's
bunch more
true.
details than we do.
Wait, also, I forget because it was like 3 sessions ago. Because I wrote down working sending stone, did I just feel that the sending stone was working, or
He
was he
has a
actively using
second
it?
sending stone. If you remember, he lied to us because he said that he had no sending stone to contact Clovis, and Paarth was broken. He lied. He had a second working sending stone to talk to Clovis with.
Oh, and Clovis is the bad guy?
From what we found with Clovis, it's complicated, but
Yeah.
Clovis is more or less working with us simply because Clovis realized that they got themselves in some shit that will murder them if the Vlad plans go through. That they were
Oh.
originally helping with, but now they're like, oh, this is gonna shoot me in the foot really badly. Maybe I should help the other team.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the henchmen realizing that if their boss does succeed with their evil plan, the henchman's going to die like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's uncertain as to how bad it will be. Just knowing that it will be bad.
So the one thing that we would know though is hey, Aknon has a sending stone, which means that we would actually potentially be able to communicate with them if we can get in touch with Clovis again.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I basically tell them about how I believe Aknon is also a doppelganger. Because his logic was, when he was talking about doppelgangers, he mentioned it happened to me once, so I'm assuming that implies doppelganger.
His...
Not to mention, he just felt like off just enough, where it's like, okay, this is someone trying to be him. The one we know, at least.
But
that's just what he thinks, though. It's not. It could be false, and you guys could have gone to the truth. But that's just what he knows for now.
Let Nor tell him the counter.
Said, no. Given what info we acquired in the basement, the way he reacted to you and to us makes perfect sense. It was in character.
Oh.
Nor would have proceeded to, tell him about Aknon was working for what we will just call Evil Vlad number 1.
Yeah, and it's all for this former lover of his that died, Lynn.
Also, I think they might try to replace some of us in like the terms of doppelganger stuff, because he also mentioned something about being fighting fit until the doppelganger quote unquote needs them.
There.
I'm guessing that's for the whole reunion business. He looks at Vlad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently there's 5 of them, including ours.
Oh, and
Yeah.
also, he straight up has like a magic flail. Like I think that's like the only thing they wouldn't have picked up on that Marshall knows.
Yeah,
Oh,
we definitely
yeah.
didn't know that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and
sorry.
he has said that he has a monster the magic flow and armor. You said he had underneath the robes that he pulled off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the general description is that that Marshall was given, now you guys now know, is that under the white and like cyan like looking robes that our Aknon had, revealed to be a semi-suited what looks to be like leathered studded armor, but looks to be more of like a performance suit than anything. You know how like it's not actually armor, but it helps you with staying mobile and everything. And it has mixtures of different sorts of like orange and like reddish dye with the dark brown leather being attached to it. The flail itself, with extensive details, seems to give off a hinting of smoke and of frost with each different tip. Which was something that you were definitely shown, Marshall, as you were literally threatened by it.
Oh.
So
So the party now knows that Aknon isn't just a wizard that has a tendency to brutalize things with his bare fists, but also seems to be using martial weapons.
yeah.
Which all the spellcasters in our party just would die too.
Which to you, Paarth, the instance of a smoking and also frost-bitten flail is actually foreign to you, as you've always seen Akanon use a quarterstaff or just his fist. Primarily his fist, because it's funner that way.
Yeah, Aknon likes to punchy punch.
Yeah.
Claw.
So flail is definitely not a thing that is
Not
that he
expected.
would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not expected. It's
So,
interesting, but it's not expected.
When the comment of the flail does come up, you definitely see Marshall, Paarth is flat out just taken aback. You can see Paarth withdraw his head back and tilt it, looking at you, confused, like you told Paarth that, like, I don't know, it was as absurd as you telling him about Aknon being a horse. It makes no sense to the pseudodragon, and you can tell that the pseudodragon is completely taken aback and confused by that comment.
Also, I would like to ask, what clothes was Aknon wearing when you guys last saw him, and when was that?
All we would know is about him wearing his cloak, other than what we saw while he was laying on the table being worked on by the medicine doctor, like the witch doctor.
Did he look like worn out, like old and burned?
They wouldn't know about that because that stuff happened when you interacted with him, and they were already in the cellar. So they know is that Aknon was with you guys and had elegant looking whites and cyan, semi-looking royalish cloaks.
Last time they saw them?
Yes.
And this is before we went to the hideout?
This is like while they were already inside the hideout, and then you were outside of the hideout.
Huh.
So this is new information for them.
Okay, that's odd, because last time I saw Aknon, his clothes were like burned and tattered up. Like he straight up burned through his clothes.
It's because something you did not mention to the party is that you insulted him right in front of his face.
No, but even before that too, they're still kind of burned and tattered up.
Well, I assume that's the reason why
I wrote it down before it happened, Ace.
He said, well, I assume the clothes were burned and tattered is the reason why for the burned foot marks. He was just really heating up his body.
Yeah, the
that's cool.
Dragonkin rage, he literally burned everything in his vicinity, including his clothing.
Oh,
He even
and then I
commented
mentioned,
when he was storming away from us that his clothes were getting wrecked.
oh yeah, I accidentally insulted him. Oops.
Nora visibly face swaps at that.
Yeah, you definitely earn a glare from the pseudodragon.
I didn't mean to. It just
Really?
happened. Yes.
What did you say to him that made him so angry?
He just said, well, I'm not like the brightest social. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of my thing. And then I said, you should have noticed that by now, or something like that, and he got pissed off.
Nola double face swaps to that.
Oy.
Well,
You
I'm a
really need
I
to
spent
work
like
on
a
that.
good majority of my life in the library. What do you expect?
That you may have read a book about human interactions.
I mean, yeah, but like also like.
Pull out the ointment because he just got burned. There actually is a bit of information that you guys that were exploring the hideout did not mention to Marshall just yet.
Oh yes.
Y'all are hiding information from me? Wow.
I said
Wow.
no. It just hasn't come as part of case. Speaking of books, he pulls out from the bag of holding one of the books that Vlad suggested we take with us to show Otto. What do you think of this?
Yeah, because the party did collect a bunch of books and put it in the bag of holding, right?
Yes, they all had one specific sigil marked on the inside of them, or like a signet or so to indicate the owner of them. To which Marshall, I can't quite recall exactly how it was described on your end. Let me see if I can find it again. Unless Norelor, unless you wrote it down. Oh, there it is.
I have the picture still on my sticky notes.
Yeah, I see the photo now. So, as you're given a couple books and you look through like the covers and everything, you notice the exact same symbol appears multiple times, and immediately it strikes at you.
These are the books from my library.
Yep, these are a couple of the books from your library. Specifically the ones that you've been handed to align towards the stories of the wave at the Echo Wave Cave, and along with different pieces of rudimentary alchemy practice.
I'll do some research into them and like try to notice what this would be a weird check to ask, but I'm gonna ask anyways. Would I notice any difference in like pencil markings compared to when I last saw them at the library all that time ago to now? Like to see if there's any like patterns of like what the most worn out pages are, like ones that keep getting flipped to are.
The only pattern you would know of is that when you did your research in the town hall, that there were descriptions of the books being taken from a certain library that do match up to the signet of the book that you're holding. So, from what it looks like, it is confirmed that the Red Band did take books from your library, and that they were responsible, at least from the general insight you can gather and with the information you know, they are responsible for burning down the library as well.
God damn it.
I don't want to interrupt this, so I'm just going to quickly ask, are we having a bio break soon? If not, I just need to duck out for a few minutes.
Probably doing now.
Yeah, so also, unless there's anything else anyone wants to specifically say, we'll do this. You'll make your way. You'll finish up your conversations. You make your way up to the blacksmith. You knock on his door a whole bunch, and he's like, "Oh, what's the meaning of this? It's in the morning. I haven't gotten up yet." And you're like, "Please, please help! We have these people that were imprisoned." And it's like, "Oh, I'll get them out. Have a good night." And so blacksmith will help take care of them and get them unchained and everything, and then you'll make your way back to the inn, long rest, and then we'll do a bathroom break.
I will have to do an alternative action that you can probably anticipate, Ace, when the long rest happens. So we'll just bio break right before the long rest.
Okay, what's that?
Key.
Okay.
I leveled up, don't forget, twice in fact.
Yes, so we'll do that. So for you, you will go ahead and I will send you off to an area in the woodlands to do your key stuff as you make your way back on over to the summer courts.
Yeah, if you'd like, I can cover it in more detail after the bio break. I don't want to do things rushed.
No, I understand. So I'll just put you right over here, and I'll get a door set up for you.
I'll cover it in roleplay after the bio break.
Perfect. So, yep. So we'll make it just so for everyone right now. We're just getting everything set up for a long rest, so that way not only the players themselves can get a chance to do a quick bathroom break, but for you guys to also get a good bathroom break. As let's give it a good 8-10 minutes since it's been a little bit.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right.
Epic.
And
everybody.
Yep. So we'll be right back, everybody, and yeah, give it 8-10 minutes or so, and we'll be right back.
All right, Joe. Welcome back, and we'll be jumping right back in here. It looks like the party is about to take a long rest.
Yes, so the environment is going to look a little bit different because we're pretty much just trying to streamline past this a little bit, but we are ready and good to go back into the groove of things. So, as we were getting back into, getting everything set up and being good to go, in the middle of the night, as you were all returning and making your way back, Dav, you were making your way back through the golden doors into the Feywilds with your key. Is that correct?
Not quite yet, because when the party goes to the inn and it seems obvious that the party is going to settle, that is when you guys do see that Paarth starts rummaging into his bag, picking up the gold key into his maw, seeming to allow you guys to see the glint of the key for a couple of moments, then begins to shuffle his way off to the door, looking like he's about to flutter away.
You want to spend time back home? I don't see why not. And let's the door open if he needs it opened to get out.
Yeah, so what room were you doing this from? Or was
I'm assuming that we'll just do this from the main room of the inn, as once I see that the party is entering the inn.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Have business there, Paarth?
You get a little chirp and a head bob out of Paarth as he seems to be getting a little excited, and wings are starting to spread as he's about to flutter off.
Well, you take care, and try not to be too long now. I think we are going to have quite the busy day ahead of us.
With a brief little chirp, Paarth flutters off, and to Vladimir's perspective, since he can see through Pseudodragon's eyes, Paarth makes a aerial beeline straight for the same clearing that he was in last time. Within a couple of minutes' time, the Pseudodragon swoops in for a landing, does a quick little cursory search around himself to make sure that there's nothing nearby, then uses his mage hand to grasp the key and hold it into the air, trying to do the key turning motion in the air.
Okay. And no one stops you or anything like that, or
It doesn't sound like anybody's trying to stop the Pseudodragon from flying off.
No. Norelor understands that's a comfortable place for him, and, well, being comfortable is a nice place, is what you want to be when you rest.
In that case, I'm assuming the key works there, Ace?
Yes. So you make your way on over into the you should kind of like wander off into the nature itself. You notice that the glistened doors are shining forward as you see gates open and a flutter of.
My apologies, Ace. Aeros literally returned this second. Should I repeat for him?
It's okay. We'll just catch him up later.
Well, I need to know if he wants to react to stop Paarth or anything. I doubt it.
Okay, so I literally just got home and sat down. What's going on?
Ultra short version, just so I can get your response. You guys have gone to the inn to rest. The moment you guys entered the inn, Paarth pulled out his key. You could see the glint of it in his maw, and he bounces around. And he goes to flutter off back to the forest clearing. Nor and Valkin both acknowledged what he's doing. Said, "Are you going off to see your friends again?" Paarth seemed to get all excited and started to flutter off in that direction. Does Vladimir stop him or do anything other than watch?
The only thing that Vladimir would do, because he would recall from the previous time, he would just basically look at it as, okay, this must be the thing you want to do. So here, let me give you a quick pet of assurance, and then let you go.
Okay. In that case, yes, he flutters off. He lands in the clearing, uses the mage hand. The mage hand did the turning motion. The door manifests around the key in the bramble bush shape of golden arches, and the doors open, right?
Yes. As that happens, the rest of you sleep through the night back at the tavern. For you, Paarth, you make your way through the doors and immediately are welcomed by different sorts of familiar friends of pixies and fairies as they welcome on in wanting to play.
Yeah, so the last thing Vlad is able to see through his vision if he watches the pseudodragon is the same thing. He gets a glimpse of the sun courts before Paarth steps through the threshold, and the connection severs for the time being.
There is one thing that Vlad does picture if you are actively looking through before the connection is lost, and that is the gentle voice of what looks to be a woman cloaked in vines and bramble, as she is your familiar face that you've seen Paarth to, and she's like, "Welcome home, my fair prince," as the doors close.
Doesn't Paarth get a receive a emotional sensation from Vlad as a connection as well? Like, doesn't that connection work both ways?
I think we agreed earlier that the pseudo-dragon based like empathy and visual both goes two ways, right?
It does go two way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So as Paarth was making his way over, Vladimir would be watching, but it's more of a like a calming, he's not frantic, he's not scared, he's just okay, all right, yeah, you go ahead, and as soon as he sees that Paarth is with familiar people, they recognize him, it's all fine and dandy, Paarth would feel an emotion of, oh good, these are people you know. At least I know you'll be safe.
A little relief.
Relief, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
then the pseudo-dragon is gone.
For you, Paarth, you actually get something special as you make your ways into the Feywilds. And I'm gonna change the music a little bit to better fit this. So give me one moment.
Okay.
If only. I'll just trying to find a good thing for this. We'll just do like forest, and then let's see if that's good. Okay, here we go. As the golden arches close behind you, and familiar friends that you've seen before, they pull you on in, wanting to play vigorously. A gentle voice beckons you. It's like, now, they can. Paarth can play within a moment. I have something important to address with him. As you see your familiar dryad friend. I believe she's a dryad.
You did mention Dryad the first time, yes.
Yes, dryad. So I got it right.
Paarth begins to make happy little chirps, but looks at her curiously.
She opens her arms out, welcoming you to fly on into them.
Which Paarth would do, fluttering over and perching into her arms.
Yeah. She would cradle you like a cat, as if you were holding them, and just would gently pet you in your favorite spots. And she would just kind of walk you around the general court-like area, which is one that you've been in a couple times, if you recall properly. But to just give a good detailing of it, this outer court area is a constant trickling of what looks to be a mixture of cherry blossoms and standard green leaves that match around essentially golden lined like marble, like natural marble that kind of glints around and sparkles before it leads more towards the inner court area. Oh, my fair prince, I hope that at some point... You know what? It's no point to dread on those things. How has your moments been with your other friends on the other side?
Paarth tilts his head a little bit to his side, wondering what she was going to say, but responds through his empathy and or telepathy, the empathetic feelings of adventure, joy, upset, distrust, and circling right around back to friendship and kindness again, as he tries to recount the severe emotional swings he's gone through the last 24 hours, as well as a clear commitment and attachment to the party members.
What was that?
Oh, it's just a detailing of Paarth's end, so it's just general like recalling of events.
Yeah, basically Paarth going through it from his perspective, which is very colored from the view of a pseudodragon.
Alright. I'll be back in like a few, okay?
Okay.
No worries.
Mhm.
Yeah. As she just kind of pets you more and everything, you do get this sense of like sadness emanating off of her, as bits of the flowers that bloom off of her, they don't necessarily like wilt, but they do go into a coloration of like blooming to be blue, which you know that at least off of her emotions, her flowers can dictate how she's feeling. It's pretty prevalent on her face too, of just like, well, I would love for you to play in your usual woodlands there, but unfortunately it's not possible today, unfortunately. But you can play around the courts if you'd like.
This makes Paarth tilt his head to the opposite side again and blink curiously, as he's never been taken that, or he's never been prevented from playing there before.
There's been a recent, how do I say, unfortunate being that is residing within there, and we're trying to work on getting him out so you can play more, but it doesn't look to be going too well. But There's still plenty of areas to play around, as such.
A feeling of concern clearly comes from Paarth.
You can tell that, like, as she looks at you, it's kind of hard to look at you without any sort of tears emanating. There's no need to worry. Sooner or later, you will get what's yours. And you can play whenever you want.
Paarth makes a little bit of a sorrowful chirp at her because he can tell empathetically that something's wrong, and begins to nuzzle into the bottom of her chin.
Oh, thank you. Nice vape hit.
Oh wow, that actually picked up.
Yeah.
God damn, I can't win with this fucking microphone.
That's
What
fine.
happened? Nice.
Wait, what?
I could hear Aeros hitting his vape.
Oh.
Like,
Yo, vape nation, am I right, gamers?
yeah. Anyway, continuing on.
You gotta lean back and look away.
Any case, so Paarth looks rather concerned about his dryad friend, and peers around the. So you said that he was carried to the sun, like the inner ring of the Sun Court. Summer
Just
Court?
like within the outer courts itself, just kind of like walking around there a little bit and like looking over like the different types of colorful bushes that are residing there.
So it was the just the forest of the Feywilds. He was told he couldn't play in.
There's a certain trinket, or not trinket, I would say like thicket area that you usually do play around. That you know that there's like different familiar areas, like it's like a very much like lovely like nature walk that a lot of Fayish creatures like to take along with the Eladrins.
Okay.
But you're being told that it's off boundaries, which is a very odd thing to hear, because usually there's not many boundaries besides the different courts.
Yeah, the courts of the Fey are the most well-defended places in the entire Fey world.
Yeah, so to hear of a certain area where some of the lesser Fey are not able to reside and not really be protected is a bit concerning. She just kind of looks at you a little bit and like holds you up and everything, not like like carrying you, but like sets you upright. Paarth, what if I told you you had a potential for more than just being of a small pseudo?
Paarth looks at her curiously for a couple of moments and visualizes the first time Paarth started to sing songs to Clovis, casting his first spell of prestidigitation.
Nothing like that.
His head tilts slightly as he blinks, seeming that he's thinking about it for a couple moments, then considers for a little longer. Then, after a moment or two, he casts his mage hand, displaying the Fey-like claw, and he gestures at that, with another inquisitive look.
Nothing like that also. Let me explain. She kind of like sits down on a rock and everything that looks to be like a relaxing chair, and like sets you up like near like on her like chest to be up close.
Paarth sits down in a very domestic kind of fashion, similar to a cat, basically sitting down, leaning back on his haunches with his tail wrapped around the front. Yeah. Watching her with incredible curiosity.
Next time you come back to rest here, bring along your friends from the material plane, would you?
There's a bit of shock from Paarth, since he's known it many times to never let a mortal walk through that gate. He, based from just the range of sudden snaps of emotions, it probably is clear through the telepathy that he's surprised to be told to go against the rule that he's been given so harshly.
I have clearance of the higher courts that you can do so. So, if you could do that for me, I can show you what your true potential would be as a being of more than just of a mere pseudo-dragon.
Paarth stares for quite some time. It takes a little while for it to digest through his mind, but he gives a very careful, candid nod.
Thank you. I can inform you of any additional information, but it's not the wisest to speak within open areas about it. But I can tell you at least once that I know of another area you can play around with your friends. And so she just kind of like gestures towards a smaller garden-like area that you know that you've played around a couple times in. And you see a couple of your like pixie and like fairy friends are just like waving on over and everything.
Paarth does briefly think about the fairies, the fairy dragons, and the few lost pseudo-dragons in the wilds, and inquisitively just to check to see if they're okay.
They are very excited. They don't. They didn't really hear anything from your conversation, as they only really care about just playing with you.
He's asking the Dryad by thinking of them too.
Oh, I was asking the Dryads of how they've been.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I misinterpreted that.
Yeah. My apologies.
She just kind of looks down. It's like, I think that they're just waiting for you to play, so I won't hold them off much longer.
Paarth nods up and down a couple of times, wishing that he could inquire in the tongue of words, but since he can't, he just simply looks at her for a long period of time before glancing towards the clearing and then her again in concern, just as a second thought about whether or not it would be the best moment to leave her or not.
It's no worries. I know what you intend to mean, but I wish I could provide you with more, but for right now, you've been through a lot, and I want you to relax while you're here. At least for the time being. Okay?
Paarth nods after a couple of moments, giving a very soft little chirrup that's almost musical. One more brief nuzzle before a flutter of wings, the pseudo-dragon makes his way towards the open garden.
You can see her giving a smile as you flutter away. The rest of your time, as if what feels like moments passing by, as you're like playing a little bit of hide and seek and chasing of other different fairies and everything. In the smaller garden, you actually do see that there are 2 Eladrins, having a more design towards a mixture of what looks to be one of them specifically having more of a design that is around a dandelion, having the different like patches around them and everything, but still having some green tint towards them, and another having a similar greenish tint of their general clothing, mixed with what looks to be lilies instead.
What are Eladrins? I'm not familiar with that species.
Eladrins are just elves that are from the Feywilds.
Oh, so they're almost dryad like, where they have plants on them.
Not necessarily. Eladrins actually do adapt depending upon what the season is. So there are some that are in the winter, there are some in the spring, there are some in the autumn, and they just have different aspects of them. These 2 specifically just look like they're talking and relaxing and just kind of laughing as they see you play a bunch. But they specifically have more design towards just some summer like like summer green grass texture in addition to a couple of those flowers. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Wait, unless I have the Ladrin's correct.
In that case, Paarth goes ahead and begins to play, doing his usual games of everything from tag to pulling friendly mischievous tricks on the fellow Fae and fairy dragons. At one point, one of the Eladrins will find that Paarth lands on their shoulder and chirps at them to try to sing songs along with them. And eventually, soon enough, he will settle down and form a bardic circle to exchange songs that he's learned with the Fae.
As you exchange the songs within the courts and everything, what's your passive perception?
Passive perception would be 14.
Okay. As you do that, you can actually kind of hear in the conversation that's going on with the two Eladrins, as when it comes down to their conversation, you just hear a couple things that are not quite certain. As they speak in Sylvan, it's like, I'm very glad to know that. Yeah, so within Sylvan, they would just be saying, like, I'm very glad to know that there at least can be some sort of fun around here, as per the older times. Yes, but we can't let him, really in on the information with Ardius. Oh, we can't speak his name. You know that here. I'm sorry, I really hope someone can deal with him soon. I heard that the courtier, she's going to be bringing in people of the material plane to deal with it. The material plane? Are you joking, right? There's no way that anyone in that realm would be able to deal with his power. As the rest of it kind of gets drowned out with, like, your pixie friends and everyone asking for more.
Paarth almost goes off key when trying to listen, but continues his performance, then finishes to listen to the songs that the other Fae have to share with him, which includes the exchange of the musical songs of spells.
Okay. And is there anything else that you're trying to do as you're just relaxing and taking a long rest?
Mainly the long rest, and Paarth allows himself to forget some spells to learn new ones.
Okay. Well, we will go ahead and go with that. And it will be in the morning now.
Alright, I'm back.
So,
Perfect timing.
what was the humanoids doing in the meantime?
They were just taking a long rest.
Yeah, my character would have done some quick prayers to the moon gods before sleeping, but that's about it.
And then also Aeros, just to catch you up a little bit. So, essentially, you guys discovered the remaining parts of the basement. Yes, sorry. As you were able to find the remaining bards that were actually locked up and just kind of left within the general area.
AKA, we unbarred the jail.
Exactly. Unbarred the jail. And now I'm going to have you roll a death saving throw.
No, just roll
they
all
have
three
been-
of them right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
The jail has been disbarred.
Tell Aeros distinctly what he did with his hammer with the jail cells.
Oh, yes. So, using your oversized hammer, you gave essentially all of the different chains that the bards were connected to, in addition to the jail cells, or the locks on the jails. You gave them a nice little love tap, and they just kind of popped open.
I swear, Ace, you gave Vlad what is effectively a breach gun.
Pretty much. But it's actually very interesting because the way that you used it before you left, it became like essentially what looked really awesome against like, oh, I'm breaching against this wooden door and like wooden splinters shatter everywhere. When you used it upon the metal, it became the biggest disappointment in your life, as it literally just, you tapped it, crack, popped it open.
So it either has something to do with how hard you swing, or it reacts differently to different materials. Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, time for experimentation.
Yep. Which eventually led you to fighting a couple of skeletons within that were resting in a crypt in the basement itself.
Yeah, I tuned into Breaker's stream just as I was getting ready to get onto the highway, and as soon as I got on the highway, I heard, by the way, roll initiative. I'm like, really?
The Bony Boys got turned into dust. Don't worry.
Yeah, they were like super easy, so you didn't even take any damage. So,
Yay!
yeah, you actually killed you killed one of them, and then I don't know if you heard the Lego. This is like block noise.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that as I was driving. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right.
So
Gwen got turned into talcum powder by Nor.
oh yes.
Yeah, she did that.
But as you awaken with your within the beds of the tavern that you're staying at, you can hear lively music actually going on. As you are not interrupted from your sleep, except only within Norelor and also Marshall's room. The door is still not there, so
Yeah. Yeah, I
you
forgot.
call it the Nor door?
Oh.
bruh. Alright, roll
Anyways.
that save.
I said, alright, why if I swap a spell real quick on my character sheet?
You are more than free to swap your spells around. Just go ahead and make sure you update it and just let me know what spells are swapped out.
Okay.
Because you could do that because you're a fucking cheater. I'm joking. No, it's Norelor is a cleric. They can do that.
No, wait,
Yeah.
we took a long rest for Gore.
Yes, you took a long rest, so you get the benefit of a long rest.
Yay.
In addition to level up. So double yay.
Finally, I have all my spells back.
Let's
I
go.
can cast things now. What things do I have to not require? Oh yeah, because I took Order of the Scribes, I no longer need to add the 10 minutes for rituals.
Nice.
Hey, there you go.
Very cool. Alright.
Like for comprehend languages, I can just cast it immediately as an action for free.
Heck yeah. So, now that you wake
Nice.
it up without being interrupted, what are everyone's plans as you hear this lively music going on?
I'm gonna look for stuff to find familiar. I don't care. I mean, like, obviously I care about plot, but like, I'm still really gonna try to find familiar stuff. To at least cast it 3 times.
You gotta go to the market to get the materials then.
Yep, who wants to go to the market with me?
First
Dropping
order of
episode.
business for Norelor would be see downstairs. It seems he can ask for some food. Good. It's been a while since they ate.
It
Well, it looks
has.
like
Yeah, we shall consume food first.
That is true. So, if you want to go ahead and proceed yourselves downstairs, you are more than free to do so. As a description will be given to you.
oh, it looks like the bards made it back from the blacksmith.
Yes. And then... Oh. Opening your...
Are you just gliding on your back there, dude?
Ah,
Right? You're gonna want to. You're gonna want
that's
to.
you. That's you.
No, You're still on your back. I've already corrected myself.
No, neither of y'all are. It's Marshall is.
It's only Marshall who's still on his back.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, at
On-
least on my edition, you're on your back in there, Aeros.
On my
just
side,
stand
you're
up and sit
still
down
on yours.
again. It'll fix it. You guys are just slightly out of sync.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Boop, 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 boop.
Hey, now you're standing up.
There you go. Stop being desynced and get synced, losers.
Mm.
Anyway, as you all make it downstairs, a eruption of just cheers and like, hey, baby,
What's up?
yeah, what's up?
To the heroes.
Yeah, emanates literally like and erupts in the tavern as there's even people like outside of the tavern, which I have to put around because I didn't do that. Literally just drinking and like having a blast.
Probably my shadows messed up on my thing.
And you see that the what looks to also be the bards playing a very happy music as they're all just kind of like chanting towards you and everything, and it's like I can't believe it's like one person literally just erupts. It's like, oh, finally awake, I see. Finally got those ruffians out of town, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, yes, that was a rather arduous task. So, we did need to recoup.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Said, yeah, that was a pretty rough night. Hence why we had to take a long sleep. Hence why we slept so long.
Nope, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Especially considering that we've been dealing with as long as you folks have been dealing with ruffians, with us having to deal with them in similar manner, I kind of see where you're coming from and wanting them out. Luckily, I am very pleased to know that we were able to help.
You can hear. Yeah, you can hear. So if you see from the far edge, there's like this one person that looks like a gravedigger. He's a gravedigger, and he like kind of like holds up his shovel and everything. And it's just like, best be getting them men out of town. I'll tell you what. As he just does a little jig and everything, he's like.
Apparently, we got Old Man Tucket.
Yeah.
Yes.
He wants to remain from Nantucket. I know it's
Better
unrelated.
I was gonna say better than the guy from Legend of Zelda, but I can't remember the guy's name.
Describe them.
Dampe?
Dampe.
Raven?
Mm.
Or I think of the Happy Mask Salesman.
Oh, that's weird.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Breaker, I do not see your token on my side, but I see it on your stream.
You don't see it right in front of you?
Right in the middle.
You must
There
have
it is.
reloaded.
There
oh,
it
there
is.
you go. I was about to say,
Yep.
you
Had to
were
hop around.
probably slightly desynced from all the movement while you were connecting.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably a little bit.
I kind of
Um,
find it funny if you just keep your mouse on things, you can just float into the air. Uh-oh.
Yes,
Whoa,
don't do
there
that.
you go.
Oh.
Actually, I'm gonna do. a
Ah,
little-
let there be light.
Yeah, trying to get a little exposure in there for y'all. So
Mhm.
By the way, let me know
there you go.
when Paarth does wake up and make his way back.
yeah, it'll be about a moment. So you are essentially welcomed, even through the bartender. Like she like literally gives you like the biggest of hugs as people like shake your hands and like really just give you like the earnest of thank yous of like it's been so long since this town has actually felt this excited. So they literally are just like freaking out of just like thank you so much, like, and they're giving you like free food and they're like handing you coins and like they're like saying like if you need business done you go to me, you hear me? just like
Keep those in
swarming
mind.
Mhm.
Best time ever
Yeah,
to
we're-
shop.
So then I'll just ask, hey, does anybody have anything for Find Familiar?
What's a familiar? Yeah, I don't know what a familiar is. I'm not quite familiar with that.
I'm quite sure if Marshall says, "Hey, do you have a thingamabob?" and it describes the items, they could probably help.
Yeah. Anybody have charcoal and incense and like herbs?
You hear one person from the crowd like, "I've got the best incense in there." It's like, no, that's a different word you've got, and it's dirty.
Oh no!
Like, oh, I've got the best incense for the lighting of the candles and such. Like like they're all just like chanting and like wanting to do business with you all.
So, as all this is going on, if any of the other party members have Vlad in their sights, they can see that Vladimir is feeling kind of nervous in this large group of people,
Mm-hmm.
and
Be careful. It's not like anybody died.
no, it's
not setting character. This is just me talking.
Oh. But you can tell, those that could see him can tell that's like, he seems a bit nervous, like, almost like a slight case of anxiety of being around this many people and in this much energy in one concentrated spot.
Yeah.
If only we had calm emotions.
Sit.
Well, Vladimir, come with me a moment.
Da.
Pardon me, sir. Ma'am.
You are able to easily just kind of make your way around, just be like, "Oh, thank you," and stuff like that. Sorry, as you do make your way outside, which you actually feel like you can get a breath of fresh air from all that.
And is after Valkin and Vlad step outside, Vladimir just goes, "Oh."
I cannot
thank-
see your token for some reason.
I am right in front of you.
There you are now. Okay. Weird.
But yeah, as soon as both English. As soon as the both of us step out, Vladimir just starts relaxing a bit. He goes, "Oh, thank you. I needed it."
There. Don't worry, Vladimir. I know where you are. Your social skills were not the focus of your training.
Look, it's just enough to get me by. I am not one to just hang out and party. Well, mostly.
There. Do not worry. I will. We're out here. I'm certain that things will be easier. Though you may still have many congratulations come your way.
At least it'll be better to deal with it out in more open space than such confined space.
Yes.
As you are talking, you do kind of get like semi-interrupted by what looks to be the priestess of the shrine, since you are like up against it. Just like, no, I understand being away from a crowd is important, but I mean, you have to admit we've been under their tyranny for a long time, and they're not too sure how to give the best of a cozy welcome. But thank you for all of your work. It is truly greatly appreciated.
We are happy to help. I do apologize. I'm just not used to being in large crowds. That's all.
I understand. Even for a small village, we do get ourselves into a big crowd. If there's anything that you need, though, or any questions, feel free to let me know, and may luck to shine on you all.
Thank you. Now, there is a few things that you may be able to at least help point us in the the right direction for. You see, our business is not yet done, and we need to restock and rearm. Who might we go see about such items? In fact, we have one that we need to get some rather customized armor for. A small pseudodragon that likes to stay with the group.
Well, if you're looking for a person that does custom fitments, the blacksmith would be a perfect person for that. Though I don't think they'd be able. I don't know if you're in too much of a hurry or not, but they might be able to do something for a discount since you're willing to help out the village.
And that would be very helpful. If he was able to do things on short order, that would be wonderful. But we also know that custom armors, they can take time unless he happens to have something already sort of the size, and it's mostly minor adjustments.
From my understanding, a custom would have to be from scratch, at least of anything particular. It'd be kind of hard to do something customly for somebody if it's already been pre-made, you know?
More like tailoring, I would describe it. But yes.
Well, I do recommend if you're going to be upgrading at least particular armors, he's an excellent person, as he actually was a prior adventurer. So he should be able to know exactly what you're looking for.
Wonderful.
At that point, Vlad looks over to Valkin and goes, "Who knows? I wonder if there might be something to either make this better or get the replacement for." As he taps his chest referring to the studded leather.
There.
Yeah.
Perhaps, though I would imagine an enchantment would be needed then to make it better without weighing you down too much.
Enchantment? You said? She
Yes.
kind of like looks left and right and everything, and she just kind of gets in like a bit close to like whisper something. It's like, just to let you know, there are rumors indicating that the blacksmith was actually a prior forge master. One being able to imbue different sorts of enchantments themselves, but he doesn't like talking about it much. It's only rumors, but that might help you a little bit.
That could be very useful. We will. Thank you. We will be discreet in bringing it up to him.
Oh, at that point, as soon as the priestess mentions that, Vladimir's eyes light up in slight excitement. He looks over to Valkin and he goes, "You know, I just got interesting idea." And he points to his face.
Perhaps. I wonder. And there, you see, Valkin pull out this tome at his side there, and the edges of it glow slightly as I rifle through the pages. Well, possibly. Snapping it shut, then putting it back in my pouch. If we have your old mask back after the doctor finishes analyzing it, I wonder if we might be able to with the blacksmith's help, get a non-linked mask of similar properties.
Possibly.
Perhaps. I'm not too sure of that sort of manner, but he has seen different types of forges from all the way from the cold north to the blistering south, so it might be something good too.
There. Yes. We will definitely speak to him. What is what is his name?
Son of a bitch. Okay.
I did not realize he was called Son of Beach.
Who is the mother?
Nah, it's always the dungeon master's true evil villain is what's this random NPCs?
Hey, so can I get a name, please?
So wait, Son of Beach is evil. What?
Get it because it's a female dog.
The
My response is just explain the joke.
The name of the of this person is they are referred to as Marshell.
Oh, a second Marshall.
Oh.
Uh-oh, two
Yeah,
Marshalls.
but instead of it being spelt with an A, it's spelt with an E.
So can I be called Marshall Prime?
No, because the person's name is Marshall Vanbroek.
Just for our sake, can we call it Marshall? Can
No,
I
look,
be
look.
Marshall?
There's a spelling difference here. Marshall versus
Marshell.
Marshall.
Marshall Vanbroek.
Okay, now we're just gonna have to say Marshall the whole time.
Marshall.
Vanbroek.
Sorry, I just want to read something funny that Ed said is like, Vlad is funny, I want a plushie of him now. No, don't turn Vlad into a marketable plushie.
Marketable plushie.
Okay.
There.
Actually, if there isn't anything too else, would I be able to get some assistance on a certain mission I have to do?
Certainly we can try to assist. What might we help you with?
You see here, I help run this shrine here, which is for Tamora, the goddess of luck and good fortune, which good fortune to all. Some of my supervisors that I have been working with, at least at some of the bigger temples closer to Baldur's Gate, they have asked me to undertake a certain mission. There is a certain spell book that we found, and that we wanted to ask a question of a certain banshee that seems to be around these parts. Her name is Agatha, and it's told that so long as you can please to her, she'll ask you of any one question of concern. Anything that you want, and she can only speak truth of it. Last time I went out there, I got a little injured, but seeing you all as capable adventurers, I would not doubt that to be an issue. Unless it would be.
So is it that you need escort?
I need to keep watch of the shrine here, but if you could go out and ask her my question, that would be fantastic.
Okay. I see now.
So you need us to speak to a what now?
A banshee. A sort of spirit, as it may be. She says that she has unforetold knowledge, but you're only allowed to ask one question of her before her services are no good. I've also been told that I want to bring her a gift as to help out with her, and she just kind of like goes through like a small little satchel that she has nearby the fire, and she pulls out what looks to be a jewelry box that is like intricate, and she's like, if you were able to accept this, I need you to deliver this to her, but don't open it before you give it to her.
All right. Here, I take the box and secure it in one of the pouches on my belt.
Okay. You get a jewelry box that, as you look at it, which for you this would be very easy to identify. This thing has very intricate, like, sapphires, rubies, like, diamonds on it, and it looks to be around 500 gold just for the box itself.
Yikes. We're gonna be interesting when we can do that, since we still have a dwarf to catch.
Yeah.
Now, where is this banshee reside, and what would the question be?
So the location itself it's deeper within the woodlands itself. Let me see if I can get a better idea of it for you. As she just kind of like looks around for like something to write down on and everything. Let's see. Okay, yes, here we go. So the area itself that it's nearby is by Cornberry. Are any of you familiar with Cornberry?
Well, I can't say I cannot say that I'm familiar. Well, technically, neither of us are from these parts, but I'm pretty sure Norelor and Marshell might know.
I believe the only person that would know is Norelor.
Do we wonder that she was just listening in all this time and just trying to figure out when to say something?
Yeah, you just been listening on in with it. So like as you all been kind of collectively kind of getting out and everything and gathering your information, you would be able to listen on into this. Norelor, for you, the town of Cornberry was sacked by barbarians years ago and now lies in complete ruin. Though it is an easy landmark as the Trowboar Trail that you guys went on, it literally runs right through the abandoned town. From the ruins of Cornberry, an old trail leads northwest into the Neverwinter Woods, in which she states that Agatha's lair is a few miles outside of Cornberry. And she kind of details us on a map as well.
So Cornberry, that's the town that was ransacked and is now in ruins, right?
Exactly. And according to it, her lair is deep within the woods.
And that's a few miles to what side of Cornberry? The north, south, east, west.
It's it's like leading northwest into the woodlands. Let me see if I can get like a good like idea of it for you. I'm just trying to flicker through my maps and everything. So give me one sec. Okay. Oh, I just had it up. Okay. So for general picture wise, yeah, so you would pretty much be going north back onto the Trowboar Trail, and instead of going back the road you came, you would continue north and then northwest upwards to the town of Cornberry. There essentially would be like a split off that you could do of an older path, which it would take you a bit more north. So just primarily it's north, but a little northwest.
Well, it sounds like it's in the same general direction we have to go anyway.
It's a bit farther away from the information that you at least know of, so it's a bit out of the way. But it's something you probably could pick up at some point.
And what is this question that you would have us ask a Wind Banshee?
There is essentially a spell book that we know of a really ancient wizard that was found, and we were looking to. I had it written down here. I'm so sorry. AKA me flipping through my notes because I'm going through multiple freaking pages for this info. Okay.
I'm just trying to work out on the map all these places we're going, because there's Cragmaw's castle, there is us wanting to chase down Aknon, there is us coming back here, and now this other place that sounds like it's back the way we came. I'm actually even having trouble finding Phandalin, even though I know it's supposed to be right near the Forest of Worms.
No, so to get a better perspective, Cornberry is not the way you just came. It's continuing down the road. So to put in perspective, you were on the Trialborg Trail for about a couple days before you had to make a right turn going south, and then you made it into Phandelver, or Phandalin. And
Where's Phandalin on the map? I can see Forest of Worms. I can see the Trollbark Forest.
Let me go ahead and see if I can stream my on Discord to show you. Give me just like one moment though. I just need to make sure that I'm on the right page to show you guys. That way I'm not like, you know, doing any spoiler stuff. So, trying to figure out where the question is first, and then I'll show you the map. So my apologies.
Yeah. I mean, we already know our direction for today, so if the map isn't convenient in there, we can post-stream that.
Well,
Yeah,
I got
we
it
may as
right
well
here. I
post-stream
was
it,
just.
and then we want to do a couple things post-stream anyways. We will want to basically mark on the map so we can get everybody's head straight where all the things we can do and should do. And
Yeah.
I'm assuming it would probably make most sense off-stream to also simply do all the math that's involved for selling off all the items we're carrying, so that we're not just wasting people's time as we play the numbers game for like a half an hour.
Exactly. No, I understand. So, put in perspective. So, when you guys were attacked by the goblins, you were still on the Trialborg Trail. For about an extra day or two, you traveled, because you were going west, like away from the Sword Coast. You went south for a bit to make it to Phandalin. In accordance to Phandalin, since if you were instead to turn north, you would be going into the Neverwinter Woods. Somewhere in the woods is Cragmaw's castle. However, if you go further north, that is the general idea of where Thunder Tree is, just on the outskirts of the woods, on the east end. Essentially, it's only a couple of days from Neverwinter, where you first gathered everyone up, departed south, and went to Phandalin. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So Phandalin is like right. Neverwinter is right on the Sword Coast, with there being a big river stream going through Neverwinter Woods. Thunder Tree is right before those woods. So generally, it's hard to tell exactly where the castle is because you just know it's inside the Neverwinter Woods. So you don't know how far you need to go up or like the exact location. You do know that, at least in terms of Cornberry, Conberry, my bad, I said Cornberry. Of Conberry, if you were to go back on the Trialborg Trail, instead of going back to the high road, which you originally turned onto when you were making your way to Phandalin, if you just continued going west, you would make it to Conberry, which would be near the end of the woods. From there, you would have to go a little up north a couple miles in order to make it to Agatha's lair. So it's kind of like you're looping around the woods, and near the middle on the east end is where Thunder Tree is at. and near the back end of the woods, more inland, that's where Agatha's lair would be, near Conberry, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, I would show you a photo of it, but I feel like it would just spoil a lot of other stuff too. So I just wouldn't want to do
that's
that.
fine.
Yeah.
On
Like I said, we
the
can
world
sort
map you
that
gave us
details.
earlier, you can just scribble on it after the stream, and then we can have an idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll send you. I'll do a photo edit of it and everything, and send you guys later. But continuing on, that's pretty much it. That is that she gives detail of. The question that she wants to ask is the location of a spellbook of an ancient mage, so that way her superiors can take a look at it and study it to see if there's any sort of way of additionally helping around not only Phandelver, but also a couple of the small towns that are nearby. As it turns, apparently there's rumors of the spellbook having just some incredible magic applied to it. So she just needs to know the location of the spellbook.
And what is this ancient mage's name?
Just had it pulled up. Okay, here we go. So the mage itself was from the name of Bo Gentle. So it's spelled B as in Bravo, O as in Oscar, W as in Wilson, G as in Golf, E as in Echo, N as in November, T as in Tango, L as in Lima, E as in Echo.
There. Yep.
All right.
If anyone, so I would say the Volpines are not able to do this check because this is more Faerun knowledge. But if either Marshell or Norelor want to do a history check, they can definitely do that just to kind of get some idea of who this is.
Yeah, I'll do a history check. I forgot I am muted.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I
And
think.
then-
It's exclamation point R, D20, right?
Just exclamation mark. What D what plus what?
Soren, there is a W between the O and the G. So like bow gentle. Like a gentle
Okay.
bow.
Okay, let's see. History. I don't think did I do it right? Well, no, if it does it right.
Yep, well no.
Yo!
Hey!
Well, it doesn't matter what the thing was supposed to be, what my modifier is. It was,
Oh
Yeah.
shit, let's go, son.
Nat 20, heck yeah.
I'll
My
have
modifier
my.
was +6 if it helps.
Hello?
Is there anything I can do to help yours?
You already did a check, so I would say you would not be able to, unfortunately.
I saw
However,
I saw your first roll was a 16 there, Norelor.
Ah, okay. Thank you. So was this me what I was being bugging for?
Well, it didn't pop up, but I saw the number light up when the die landed.
Okay, so it was the 16 plus, well, 5. That's a 21.
okay. So you guys would actually know a little bit. For you, Norelor, it's a bit surprising that you would remember this information, as this is not something that's like too taught often. For you, Marshell, you would recall that Bo Gentle was part of some of your books and everything. So it would be very like you're like, oh, I know this guy. And to just give a brief synopsis, so Bo Gentle was a wizard that so Bo Gentle of
Keep going, sorry. No, just keep going. I'll say it after.
Okay. So, Bowgentle of the Silvery Moon was a legendary wizard noted for his calm demeanor, politeness, and generosity, but also was really reckless for adventuring. Some of the more notable things within his career were slaying the ancient black dragon. Well, it's not ancient black dragon, but the black dragon Raugok. So Raurgoch. With magic that was literally pilfered from the dragon's own treasure hoard. In addition, being able to seal and plunder a well-guarded tomb of a wizard king, teasing a red dragon by matching its flame breath with his own fire magic before going to defeat it, and also in addition being able to just generally travel south to live the rest of his years. This has been about a couple hundred years, knowing for it, as he was reported to have died when he fell from a mountain path in a snowstorm in the western Snowflake Mountains. And it's been said that the elves buried him in a grove beneath a dryad's oak in the southern corner of the Shilmista Forest. So, generally, with a legendary wizard like that, they're looking to see if perhaps the spell book can be of any sort of assistance.
And they're trying to find the spell book?
Yes. And so they believe...
Ooh, what? This spellbook might be magical. I do have detect magic.
Detect magic is only within a brief area, so...
It'll last for 10 minutes.
Right, but like it's not going to be anywhere around here.
I know,
but...
just generally, I might be able to hone in on it when I get closer.
Yeah, if you get closer, but... So, generally the idea is... Yeah, it's also 200 years ago. So this is like... This is someone who died 200 years ago, and they're looking for a spell book. But if you do accept the quest, she is just looking for you to ask the question of where the spell book is currently located at. From Agatha.
They don't want to... Oh. I was going to say they don't want us to bring it.
She just wants to know the location. That's it. So, yeah, that's pretty much what she asked for. It's like, would you be able to help me out with that?
Seems like a simple enough.
Yeah?
Yeah, seems like a simple enough task.
Thank you.
Is there any timetable that you needed the information returned by?
There's not really a rush, but if you would be able to get it sooner than later, then be much appreciated.
Very well. There are a few things we must attend to immediately, but we should be able to aid you in this request.
Thank you. It is deeply appreciated, and I can help you with some alchemy. If you were able to complete this quest for me.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I'm going to get back to my prayers now, but may your luck shine brightly as she gets back to her prayers.
At this point, I think we're gonna need all luck we can get.
Okay, so gonna take a quick moment to just quickly get some shopping done because okay, so also at this time, Paarth, your long rest would be done, as you would be able to now leave and come back to your party.
Okie dokie. Okay, so yep, Paarth would exit through the gates as you would probably expect, and he'd start fluttering his way over here.
Yes. So you can now move your character on over towards the main town, and as you're kind of flying back towards the general tavern itself, you do see everyone collected outside. And I will say for extensive story purposes and everything, you kind of catch up with one another about the request from the priestess at the Shrine of Luck. In addition to being able to just kind of get the idea that, okay, our goal now is to try and get to Cragmaw's castle. And hopefully intercept the Rock Seeker before making it there. So, does anyone... Oh, actually, Paarth. You had your... I will say, were you able... Did anyone want to attune to their items and everything as they were sleeping?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
we
definitely.
Need to check,
Oh.
let's double check what items we even got.
Yeah, I've had my cape on the whole time. I also actually asked you in sidebar about it, but didn't want to interrupt you.
You're
Alright.
fine.
Alright, she should probably tune that ring, right?
Yeah, so I'll say for any purposes, you guys are able to do that. Marshall, one thing that you actually did, were able to...
augury. Can I even learn augury?
More than likely not, as it's more of a cleric thing, I think. But probably from wizard, I have no idea.
I think it's primarily cleric,
I
druid.
can't do it.
Well, cleric, druid, and I think paladin.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the best case. I don't know.
Cleric knowledge domain and Oath of Open Sea.
Yeah. But anyway, so I will say that for all extensive purposes, during your long rest, you are able to attune to your magic items and your armor and such. Paarth, for your case, your cape actually has another additional ability besides a +1 to AC and to saving throws.
I was going to ask you about that. I wrote into the sidebar. Did the Fae mention anything?
They actually did. Granting you with additional bonuses. I'm sorry, I've been trying to bounce around a couple things, so I haven't really been able to read the sidebars. For that, you feel the Summer Court's blessings as the cape itself actually, instead of having like a Lord's Allegiance symbol to it, it actually changes, so now your cape looks more Fey-ish and actually has a symbol of the Summer Courts on it instead.
So you modified it.
Yes, granting you the following benefits in addition to what magic properties it has.
1 sec, let me scroll back to that item then. Okay.
Oh,
Due to your essentially small pact to the courtier of the Summer Courts, your cape, while attuned to it, gains the benefit of an Eldritch invocation.
Oh, so I can gain 1 additional Eldritch invocation?
You gain a specific one.
Okay.
Let me just pull that up there for you. So, you gain the benefit of the Armor of Shadows, which in this case, it's now referred to as the Armor of Summers. As you are able to cast Mage Armor on yourself at will without expending a spell slot or material components.
There we go. Okay. Is that stacking on top of the +1 AC, or is it replacing +1 AC?
It's so the +1 AC. It's not technically armor, so it gains a bonus to it.
Okay, so I have Mage Armor +1. What is it called? Barrier AC.
Yes.
Okay.
So technically, it's so for Mage Armor, it would give you 13 plus your dex, but for all intents and purposes, this cloak now gives you 14 plus your dexterity.
Okie dokie. That'll make it much harder to hit.
So that'd be better than armor we could make him.
Yep,
that is why
it defeats the armor, yes.
Yeah. Yep. That, in the case, is why I wanted you to keep the cloak, because something like that would happen. So, you're welcome.
Most thank you.
Yes.
Hey, I'm not snipeable from 100 yards anymore.
Exactly. And okay, so now you guys have had your attunements. Marshall, I do know that you were looking for spell components.
Yep. And also, in any of the books, would there be any spells I could copy down that are first level? Because or unless you want a rule that I can copy them down, I just can't cast them until I can physically cast them as what's it called, a wizard.
I'd have to check and see. Is that from the spell book that you found, or something like that, or is it
like from all the books from the library you found? That's what I mean.
What spells were on there?
I'm asking if there are any spells that at all in there.
From the general books, not really.
Okay. Then
yeah,
I'll just ask the other question DMs.
Okay. Oh, is that correct, Norelor? The only thing that you want to get is a healer's kit?
For now, yes.
Okay. So you get a healer's kit, spell components, anything else that anyone wants to get, or
The only thing that I could think of for Vlad would be a manner of getting better AC, which in this case, in this current instance, would probably be a shield.
shield. Okay.
Particularly, he would probably be looking at it like, I wonder if I could get shield that I could plant into ground to use as cover if need be, especially for out in open.
Okay. Valkin, is there anything that you want to get specifically?
Let's see.
And maybe better weapon.
There. Well, I would want to talk to the smith there about what sort of enchantments he might be able to do for the leather armor there, so that way I might be able to get something a little better than 15 for my AC. Which, granted, isn't bad, but you know.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and Paarth, is there anything that you would want anyone to get for you, or are you feeling pretty good about what you got now?
What I have is good. I honestly can't think of much. Oh, actually, there is one thing I can think of.
What's that?
Is it safe to assume I was taken along with the group to the shop when they were shopping around?
I'm saying for this purpose, everyone's kind of walking around town getting what they absolutely need to get. So,
so you'll. Sorry.
So you would just decide who you're gonna be traveling with, because that depends on where they're going.
Case being is as if we are going to either a general shop or a blacksmith. Paarth will smugly walk over carrying in his maw a bag of caltrops.
Like you'd be wanting. So if you were at the general convenience store, you'd want someone to get that for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll grab them for you.
Yeah, Marshall's going to the convenience store because that's primarily where you would get like charcoal and other things like that.
Either that or like an herbalist store.
That
works. which would be something that Norelor would join you with as well. And then pretty much yet again we have Vulpines going one location, and then like half elves going another location. Except the Durg is going with the half elves. So so I'll start off with Marshall, Norelor, and Paarth as you go to the convenience store, and then I'll make your ways quickly over to Valkin and Vladimir, and then we'll continue.
Okay, let's see what spell components I could pick up.
As you make your way on over to the convenience store, just having it be a simple, like a simple house is what it looks like. And to put it in perspective of the map, it would actually be not too far. It's actually this building right here. Oh, that's in the middle, so that's not a bad way to put it. If it would let me
I have a
move.
question too.
Right there. What's your question?
So if I have mage armor and the 1 barrier, plus of course my 2 dexterity, that would make 16 AC. That is assuming mage armor overrides my natural armor. My natural armor was 1.
Ace left. I think something happened and they got cut out.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah.
Ooh, he DC'd, it looks like.
Yeah,
moved.
stand
For
by.
a couple moments.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
DM
Bad
died.
timing.
Heck.
Oh, I need Ace, you're back.
Yay!
There we go.
Who's back is why you gotta finish your sentence.
I'm back, I think.
Yo,
Welcome back.
you're not back. You're human.
Okay.
Let me try that again, Ace.
Yep, what was your question?
So if I had my nat. Alright, 1 sec. Sorry, I'm having trouble braining when I'll doing that. Okay, there we go. So I want to figure out what the stack here is. Base 10, right? Mage armor normally gives you 3 for a total of 13. You said that it still has a +1 protection effect, which is a barrier, so that counts as an additional 1, right?
Yes.
And I have my 2 dexterity. Does
Yes.
mage armor replace my 1 natural armor?
Yes.
Yes.
So, because you are putting on a set of armor versus not having armor. So, to put in perspective, you have 14 AC right now, correct?
I originally had 14, that's counting with the barrier. The +1 barrier.
Okay, so that is with the barrier. So, that means, so if you did not have your mage armor, so right now it would be 14. If you casted mage armor, it would be 17.
Because it
And
does
mage armor-
override the natural armor point then. Okay.
Yes.
But mage armor does stack with shields and such.
Yes. But Paarth can't really they can cast shield, but they can't really hold the shield, so
Wait,
it's
you said
like
you said with it mage armor I would have 17?
yeah, because it would overwrite it, so it would be 13 plus your dexterity plus your bonus, because you have a +2
makes
or
16.
+3.
My dexterity's bonus is 2.
That's right, because I forgot that. Wait, then how come you're getting 14? Because it should overwrite it, so it should be 13 plus your dex plus.
Because the reason I had 13 dex is I had 1 natural armor. My natural pseudodragon scales is a 1 armor. I get 2 from my dex, and I was getting 1 from the barrier,
Oh.
the +1 AC.
Okay, never mind then. Okay, so yeah, so that's right. So your AC would be 16 instead.
So it would be 16 while mage armor is active, and when it's not active,
It's
would
14.
be 14. Yes, that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense.
And since you can cast it at will, there is no reason for it to never be active because it is not a concentration. It is.
But
So
it lasts
lasts
8
even through
8
sleep.
hours.
8
Yeah.
hours, so I just have to refresh, which takes no effort.
Yep.
Yeah, you would cast at the beginning of the day, you'd be good to go.
The only way
So-
that I won't have it running is if somebody surprise attacks me in my sleep.
Exactly.
Well,
In which case you'd have
if
to
you-
use an action to cast it.
If you cast it before you go to sleep, you will have it.
So
I'll
you'd have to
it
rest
right
for
up
8
to the wake up
hours.
time. Yeah.
Yep. You
So-
cast it. I'm feeling sleepy. Zap.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm
if
awake.
it is
Zap.
replacing my 1 natural armor, I am just going to assume I have my mage armor, so I am at 16 AC total. Good,
Yes, you have your AC on right now. Okay.
One
Alright.
last question, really fast. The sending stone effect was broken from my guild collar. Was the summoning effect also broken?
Yes.
Okay, so
There
I am
is-
going to just mark this as a mundane collar now.
It is a mundane collar. Yep. All right. Any other questions before we do quick shopping?
I do have one question, but I'm just shooting it over. I'm just shooting it over in our sidebar text.
I'm just joking. It's okay.
Damn.
There. Yep. Let's see here. Yeah, nothing for mine there. It would literally be looking for something to get a little better armor there. If a wand of magic missiles happen to be present, I would be interested in that, and a few jars of oil.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, you said that was oil, and then I was answering Vlad's question. So what else was that?
Wand of magic missiles, if that happened to be something that this town might carry, I'd be interested in that, and then something to improve my defense.
Okay. So for you, Valkin, I'll have you first go to the Forge Master for the armor stuff, and then see if there's any suggestion about being able to find a magic missile. Firstly, I'm going to go over to the convenience store for the other guys, so that way they can get their shopping done, because yours is going to be a bit more complicated. So.
Yep.
Okay. So, at the convenience store, you make your way on over to a small little shack that is there. As you open it, you see that there's actually a wood elf that is running the stand. And as they kind of like, wipe stuff down, everything, it's like, oh, hello there, fellow. Like, it's like, how can I help you?
Hey, I was hoping you guys had a healer's kit.
Ah, yes. I should be able to get you a good kit straight from the homelands. As you kind of make your way into it a little bit, you do. He does kind of like scrounge around a little bit, and is able to pull out a neatly well-designed kit that actually has a symbol of Saloon on it.
Where's the convenience store on the map?
It's right over here.
Okay, let me go to it. Let me move Marshall. I see it.
Okay. And I'm just making this for all intents and purposes going quickly. So it's like, let's see, for the price itself of a healer's kit, let me go ahead and get that pulled up there for you, as he just kind of pulls out a little book, as I'm also pulling out my book to get prices going.
Yeah, I can't seem to find Fletches in this thing, so I'm guessing 5th edition also doesn't have it. I guess it was from an old expansion book.
I don't know any character by the name of Fletcher, so...
Fletches.
I know.
Wait, do you know what those are?
Yeah, I know what they are.
Yeah.
There's nothing really like that, unfortunately,
Yeah.
from what I recall.
They're
And it would
really
take me a
fun.
long time to research that, so...
Yeah, they're really fun to drop from the air, though.
Yeah.
Edward,
the-
yes, DM Nightmare. I'm
For the
joking.
viewers out there, if they're wondering, like darts you throw at a dartboard, think of that, but they're razor sharp. They're designed to be dropped basically carpet bomb style from the air. They do lots of ouchies over a long distance.
Yes.
Okay. So, for a healer's kit, it will be 5 gold.
Alright, she'll pay for it.
Perfect. And as for you, silver-haired one,
I'm looking for like. Do you have any like pre-made kits for like Find Familiar the spell?
a practitioner of the arts, you say? If you're looking for components of the Find Familiar one, I can get you exactly what you need for 10 gold.
Yeah, I'll take. Did you already got her gold divvied up in terms of you already got her gold divvied up from the adventure we had, like the adventures we just had?
We haven't done that yet with the gold we just got from the mansion, but we did divvy up earlier, so you should have gold aplenty to buy for that.
I do not.
Okay, so
How many
wait,
gold
because
do I have?
that's right, because you weren't in the area for it, so
Again, as long as the party's not buying anything outrageous, we can do the money thing after stream.
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Just note down the costs and just mark that your character doesn't technically have it until we figure
Yeah.
out the money thing.
Makes sense.
Because I was gonna get like, okay, if it dies, okay, I was gonna get like 2 of them just so in case my familiar dies, I can just cast it again.
Sounds good then.
Yeah.
You can just laugh that the store shop is looking at him. Isn't that a familiar right there?
It's not my familiar. It's someone else's. One of my friends.
Oh, fascinating
Yeah.
creature.
Paarth makes a little chirp squeak.
Here, I have something good for you then, since you're so fascinating with your prismaticness. And he kind of pulls out like a small bag of jerky.
Yo!
Paarth scampers over and sniffs at it. He's had his fill yesterday, but now it's been a whole day later, so he's interested again.
He tries to gently feed it to you.
Pseudodragon happily sits there and starts eating the piece of beef jerky, barely trying to hold it with one paw while ripping off pieces with his maw.
It actually, so it tastes just like a sort of very tender beef. And he's like, this is actually some of my very special vegetable jerky. Tastes just like meat. Can't tell the difference.
Paarth doesn't quite get the concept of what a vegetable is, so he continues to eat it as long as he doesn't suddenly feel sick to his stomach from it.
Give me a constitution check for that, since you questioned it.
Well, he is come on, brain. Obligatory carnivore. That is hard to say.
I still need you to make... Okay, 19. Okay, yeah, you got it. Go ahead and then roll me a... Go ahead and roll 2 10-sided dice for me.
Okie dokie. Perfectly average. Or, no, actually, that's
Yeah.
perfectly top. Oh, no, average. These are tens. These are tens.
Yeah.
The hint of jerky that you taste actually reminds you of a couple things you've eaten in the Feywilds, as you feel not only pretty well restored, and you feel that this is very tasty. You gain 8 temporary hit points.
8 temporary hit points? Okay.
Yep. And also, yes, so for you, Marshall, as he's feeding him, is like, yes, it would just be 20 gold then for these 2 different packs, as he puts down 2 different sort of compartment bags, each having different separate segments of charcoal and also incense or so, then ways to light them. So,
Sweet. Yeah, I give him the money.
sounds good.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else I need to buy. Oh, I need to buy a proper spell book.
That will cost a pretty penny, though, but I can definitely go ahead and at least get you one, but you would need to, unfortunately, scribe it down somehow. Let me see if I have a good one for you. As he just kind of looks through his belongings, and he's like, I do have this pretty thick book right here that should make you wary, and it kind of hits it down against the table, and it's covered in dust, and so he blows it off and everything, but it does look like it's a very well kept and intricately woven elvish design towards the cover.
Am I allowed to sir, am I allowed to look through it first?
It's empty, but sure, you can still look through
that's
it.
what I meant. Is it empty? I meant.
Yes, it is.
I kind of want to cast Detect Magic to see if it's like a magic spellbook, but at the same time, I don't think you'd be selling that.
Yeah, he says like usually our spell books go for about 50 gold each.
I go to Nor. Do you think we have it in the budget to get a proper spellbook for me?
The polls go to my own price. Okay. I really pay for it if you don't have the money. Or
Okay, I'm gonna ask like the party out of character. Do we have money? Like, even though Nor also gave an answer.
From our last raids, considering all the things we've picked up since, well, our journey that we haven't sold yet, I'm pretty sure that we can afford it.
yeah.
Okay, then I'll get the book.
It'll be an expensive purchase for you, but no more expensive than, say, Vlad getting himself armor.
Yeah, and then if I get an enduring spellbook somehow, I can just copy down a symbol, and then suddenly everything transfers over.
Alright.
Some order of scribes. Yeah, so yeah, I'll purchase this book, sir.
All right, 50
Oh,
gold
sure.
each.
Yeah, I just need one for now. And then I
Yeah, there's a good idea from Valkin.
Oh, so you do receive that message from Valkin as you are shopping as well.
let me check the chat.
See about grabbing some rare inks for transcribing spells.
Oh, do I need that for? No, I don't need that for
Uh,
my things.
It's for ritual casting.
I need it for mine.
What
do I
spell are
have
you referencing?
for ritual?
There.
It's so that Val can do ritual casting. He needs to inscribe it into his Book of Shadows.
Oh.
I just need to know what specific spell that's for to make sure.
Any. I can any ritual spell I run across there, I can transcribe it into my Book of Secrets there so that I can cast it. All I need is the rare inks.
Okay, sounds good.
Would I
That's
be
really
allowed to
cool.
use my wizardly quill to help him with transcribing things?
I was actually about to say that answer. Raw, as far as I understand, absolutely, Ace, please correct me if I'm wrong. We can check this after game too. The rule is supposed to be if you encounter a scroll that is a ritual spell, you can destroy the scroll to write it down in your book, and then you can ritual cast it whenever you want. Or you can learn a ritual spell from another mage as long as they are capable of sitting down with you for several hours to explain the spell in great detail for you to write it down.
That's partial correct. So if you so the second part is correct, where you are allowed to sit down with someone that knows similar magic and is able to teach it to you. You would take some time to, instead of using it like a gold component, you would just be worked through the spell together. As for the inscribing aspect, you if you already have a scroll, you would just copy down the information from there. You wouldn't like destroy it in order to use it. You would just have it. Like,
oh, nice.
Yeah.
I thought it was just
the
the
only
process.
the only real that's if you're using it as a general thing for the ritual, but primarily this is just how I usually run it. Is like I wouldn't want someone to destroy it just to learn the spell. I think that perhaps doing an Arcana check to make sure that you can write it down without being able to destroy it and scribe everything properly, you would need to do. But generally, generally there's not a lot of rulings when it comes down to it with like, oh, hey, I'm able to just kind of do this. I can, as long as I have a reference to go off of, I can jot it down and take time. Though it does cost money in order to inscribe anything into a spellbook.
Yeah, that's where
Oh.
the ink comes from.
Oh,
The ink is the cost.
Elias, apparently his computer crashed.
Ooh,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, we'll tell him again.
yeah.
Okay,
We'll
so-
convene afterwards because
Yeah.
it's probably gonna end here pretty soon. But
Mm.
we'll basically just do the shopping spree quickly, and then what we'll do is next time it'll be the journey to the castle, or at least trying to figure out where the castle's at, because you guys still don't know. But generally, we'll say for extensive purposes that like you're like, oh shoot, I need some ink for it as well, and the shopkeep is like, wait a minute, you guys helped out with the ruffians. You'll get this good exotic ink for free.
Nice.
Yeah, which will be fit both for you, Valkin, and also for Marshell that they can use. So, as a free gift.
Thanks.
And unless there's anything else needed from you three, we can go on over to the Vulpines.
I doubt they'd sell anything that I could use for identify or chromatic orb. So I think I'm good.
Yeah, nothing from those areas, unfortunately.
I'd have to go to a jeweler for it.
Yeah, you more than likely have to go to a jeweler, but it also depends on how much you actually guys have, which is you gotta be careful of.
A jeweler or a jeweler?
Jeweler, like a jewelry shop.
Dang, we're not going to a vape shop. Damn.
Okay.
Only thing I can think of is Vlad or Valkin or Nor and Marshall deciding to buy I don't even know what the game calls it, but you know, a kit for your animal companions. There is a doodad for it. It's basically the same thing as a normal toiletry kit for a humanoid, except you know it's for animals.
I don't think there's anything like that.
I can't remember what its name is. It was super generic.
Anyway, if there isn't going to be anything else, we'll just go ahead and go back on over to the
I'll look into
the
it, don't worry.
Vulpines.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I made it back
Go
on
to the
time.
Vulpines.
Yeah, perfect. Because I don't know anything about the toiletry stuff, to be honest.
I'll
But
look into it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
look it up myself here. I've
we'll
looked through the
talk
paper.
after. We'll talk after stream for that.
It's minuscule in cost, anyways. It's literally copper pieces or silver pieces.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment.
Yeah,
But
go Vulpine.
Vulpine time. You make your way back on over to the blacksmith that you talked to in the middle of the night. He is actually just kind of just getting out of the house before you make it. He's like, "Oh, it's you two again. Actually, during the daytime."
Yes. Well, if it weren't for the fact that the bards had chains literally around their necks, we would have been more than happy to have waited till the morning.
Well, I can really say that while it was a bit of a surprise and shock, you did help me out a lot by getting rid of those bandits, so I appreciate what you've done. Even if you do look a little weird. But anyway, how can I help you?
Well, I was hoping that we might talk to you about some armors.
Like, what do you mean particularly in form of armor? I've got shields I can make, I've got... seems like you two need to be on the more of the lighter ends, so... Though I see that you already have some sort of studded leather, am I right? As he goes towards you, Vlad.
Duh. And I was also hoping I'd be able to I was hoping I'd be able to acquire something that would help bolster defense a bit more. But I remember from... I don't know if same thing applies here as back in Homeland, but some of the more heavier armors that we had back at home kind of inhibits certain kinds of dexterous movements. I think is dexterous right word? Common is a bit weird for me.
I suppose.
So I was hoping I'd be able to get something that would help bolster defense a bit more, as well as, and he pats his machete on his side, either make this a bit better for giving it a better edge for better cutting power, or perhaps a unfortunate replacement for it.
Mind if I see your weapon?
Da. And he unsheathes the machete and he holds it across both of his paws and he just hands it over.
It's an interesting looking weapon, I'll tell you that much at least, but I could see what I could do with it. Get some more damage in there and, you know, make it a little easier to get in, harder to get out, if you know what I mean.
Da, I know what you mean.
And what about you, other Volpine?
Well, don't forget about the shield idea you had.
Yeah, I've got shields.
Very
Looking for a
shield.
specific one?
Well, this might sound a little weird, but bear with me a moment. I had an idea for a shield that I could use as... What's the common phrase for it? I can say it in another tongue, but I'm not sure how it would translate in common. He holds his arm out in front of him like he's holding it like an invisible shield, and he does the motion of like sticking it into the ground.
You mean like
Kind
a
of-
tower shield?
Well, I don't
For
know
cover?
about I don't know about tower shield. I think that might be a little too much. But some kind of shield that I could maybe stick into ground to use as improvised cover, perhaps.
Oh,
Because
let me see what I've got.
Because last I heard, tower shields are a little encumbersome to carry.
Yes, and I see that you're trying to be a little bit more, how do I say? Let's see. Okay. So, little thing I might be able to look up is might be able to find a way to just have a shield attached to you that's light enough that way you don't have to worry about it, but can get you out of a pinch. Do you mind if I take down some measurements so that way I can see if there's any ways I can improve your armor?
Da. And I'm also curious about something. This
He's
is just...
as he's
Oh.
taking measurements, he'll ask like, "Yeah, what else do you need?"
Have you ever done custom-made masks before?
I've never had the need to make a mask before because if you're trying to take out a target, why would you need something to get in your way?
You know, that's fair. That is fair. But I was rather curious about the custom helm, I suppose would be better phrasing.
Just a quick thing. Ren and Marshall, just look at the group DM. Those are things that may or may not interest you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Let's see what I could do. Here. After he's kind of taken down measurements and everything and written it down, it's like, okay, let's see. Well, for the red one, I can definitely go ahead and get you some studs attached to it, so that way you can have better armor. As for you, without being less dexterous, there's not much I can really do besides see if there's any sort of tinks and everything I could do to your original armor, but I doubt you'd want to be running around naked in a battlefield.
You're not wrong.
Let's see. Well, for me, I do have studded armor already.
Yeah, there's not much I can really do, unfortunately, either for that.
There.
It's usually the best. It's usually the best sort of leather you can get, unless you go into your medium armors. But I doubt that either of you would want to do that.
There. Nah. Though I was shared that you have proficiencies beyond that of a normal armorer.
He like just kind of like stops and like looks at you. Is like, and what would these proficiencies be?
Great skills there that normally would be reserved for those of the more traditional practitioners of magics. But you have honed your skills to a greater degree to include these techniques.
He just kind of like looks at you and like kind of gives you like a squint of his eyes and everything, and it's just like, yes, I used to be a forge master, but I've retired from that life, unfortunately. As he just kind of takes down notes and everything.
That is a prestigious title. They're very honorable.
Yeah, it used to be before people started gutting us and calling us witches and all that stuff. Forge making is an incredibly ancient art of magic, being able to imbue it within weapons and getting to points that even wizards couldn't get to. But unfortunately, it's a dead art, and I don't really do that sort of thing anymore.
Would you wish to do that again?
Because I'll tell you right now, comrade, both my partner here and I are looking for such things.
Fine. But I'll need to work on the enchantments though, so I will need about a day in order to get that done. Do you need to be anywhere at some point?
Well, we do have to go after the remnants of the ruffians here to ensure that they do not cause further havoc elsewhere down the road. One person in particular they have made off with.
They stole a person from here? Who would that be?
You may know him as Rockseek. I do not know if he's a regular in this town.
Rockseeker? You mean Gundren?
Duh.
Damn it. Yeah, I've heard of him around here before. He's a very well-known person. If he...
Well, we are looking to get him back. So that is part of reason why we are asking for such things.
Tell you what. I'll get you those enchantments for free, but you have to do something for me.
Name it.
I want you to finish off any aspects of what would be of any of those bandits across the Trauborg Trail.
Whomever we come across, we would be happy to ensure they never bother someone again.
I don't mean just simple bandits. I'm talking about those bugbears and goblins that are around. Says they're part of some sort of tribe or whatnot.
Oh, he means the
Cragmaw creatures.
Yes, Cragmaw.
Go ahead.
I've heard that there's a castle nearby that's their main location. Says it's an old noble's castle they took over quite some time ago.
At that point, Vladimir just looks over to Valkin with this smirk of like, that's exactly where we're going.
And we would be happy to ensure that they would never bother anyone again.
If you're already going after them, you've got yourself a deal. Make sure you shut them down leave none of them alive.
There. We've already heard enough about these vile creatures. There's no reason to keep them around.
Well, then I've got some good news for you then. Have you ever heard of a place known as Thunder Tree?
Actually. Just recently.
I don't know if you've heard, but there's a druid that sometimes visits there. I think he should be there. I don't know when he would go or whatnot, but from what I know, that druid knows every aspect around the woods. Says he's been around and traveled. If you can go find him, which he usually frequents in the Thunder Tree, he should be able to tell you the location of that castle.
Ah, good. And there, well, that will be very useful. Thank you.
No worries. And just to make things a bit more, how do I say, exciting, I'll get you those enchantments pronto. If you just would spend some time, maybe an hour at most, with me.
Yes, we can certainly do that. In fact, I would be happy to aid you in any way I can.
Duh.
Your aid isn't going to be of jack shit to me, because you're not knowing the first thing about ancient forge masters. I'll show you some real magic, as he welcomes you on in.
Valkin gives a little, like, excuse me, I offered you for help there, but at the same time, I was like, you know, you are a master, you are a forge master and everything, so I'm going to let that bit of hubris slide.
Yeah.
Valkin can see Vladimir's eyes just light up a little bit with excitement of, ooh, I get to see some shit.
Yeah. For a general bit of description as you enter his abode, with there being an extra step upwards, this, I don't really have it well described inside, so I'll just give you a narrative of it.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a standard living arrangement. Like a nice, like, actually it's a lot better. Like, there's actually a furnished couch that looks to be on there, something that a noble would actually have, along with some, like, a decent, like, table and everything, and, like, a nice place for a kitchen. But as he snaps his fingers, it looks like everything just kind of dissolves and morphs into what looks to be of a very well-functioning mage's office, as a stone altar appears in the center of the room, and the entire flooring, as it looks to be small bluish and purple flames, draw out a pentagram of sorts, like a very, like, intricate mage's circle. For you, Valkin, I need you to give me an Arcana check if you want to see how intricate the mage's circle is.
Oh, absolutely. There. All right.
Alright, go ahead and give me a roll.
Yep. And you. And 9.
9, alright.
Yeah.
So,
Bah.
yeah, so with your roll, you're not really too sure as to what exactly the meanings of the circle itself make, but there is one thing that you can determine. This is like some real high tier magic that is being imbued in here, as usually from what you can tell, mage's circles, or at least when like a sort of like sigil is being written to use for a spell, when some people kind of write it in the air and everything and use it, sometimes people display it in a form of a circle with sort of writing and glyphs on it. In this case, it would be the same. However, there are intricacies upon intricacies that would essentially lead it to being like this circle, it covers across and circles around the altar itself. It almost looks as if it is the labyrinth of a minotaur. That is how intricate these writings go.
I'd like to pull out my Book of Ancient Secrets there and read into its depths there, seeing if I can gain some sort of translation from it here as he continues to work. To better understand it.
You try to understand it, and it's so difficult. Even like you can feel like the influence of your patron going through, and it gives you a clear indication that like this is so complex and ancient that I'm having a hard time with even understanding half of this, even a fraction of this.
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
yeah.
Being a forge master has been something that's been a lost tradition, and apparently some people have been saying that it's been actually set within a different plane known as Eberron, but that I don't think any of you two would know of, since you being more of a Sylvan tradition.
Yeah. And I'd like to make a history check or something like that to see if I have in fact heard of it. If I can.
Yeah, you can try that. Also, Vlad, if you want to try that too, of like understanding like what the hell is Eberron?
Okay.
Oh, good grief. 12.
Yada yada.
And that'll be, you said history, right?
Yes.
Go away. So my roll was a 12 there. Ignore the
Okay.
3.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a foreign concept for both of you. You just kind of do like the tilt of the head, like, huh? Like Eberron, what's that? He's like, trust me, it is not a place for the faint of heart. It's
Not
got
what
like,
Come on.
it's
Yeah,
got vast amounts of magical technology, artificery practices, and all of that. It's wonderful, but it's also had some really dark tones for it. But anyway,
As soon as the word artificer gets brought up, Vladimir just kind of perks up a little bit. That's curious. I've actually been curious about that kind of work myself.
well, if you're looking for a way to get there, which at your sort of prestige, I can see your techniques are best compared to what I've seen. So it's not the wisest area to go to, but if you get stronger, let me know and I can lend you some words of how to get there. I've been there myself plenty of times.
That is very good to know.
Yeah.
Um,
I actually have a friend that is looking for some work down there, so whatever you finish up with, and if I see you're worth it enough, I'll give him a recommendation.
very well.
As he kind of goes towards his altar and everything, you see that the same glyphs emerge on the table as he pulls up what looks to be a hammer that has different sigils written into it. It's impossible to tell what the sigils are, as it shows within none of your languages. But you see that before him shines images of what looks to be your armor, to be precise. And he's like, alright, well, since I'm only giving you a small, quick enhancement, it's not going to be anything that is extremely good. But if you're looking for different types of resistances, or even an additional boost to your AC, aka, in our adventuring terms, armor on its own, I can give it to you. But just this once that I can give to you. Any other services you'll have to pay,
There. Understood. I would very much like to have some better general protection myself.
Right, but what sort of protection? Are you trying to make sure you don't get burned as often, or do you not want to get hit in the chest often? Like, how do you want your armor to be strengthened?
There. Then, as you described it, the AC there, so I might not get hit so often in general.
All right, so he offers you a enchantment of a +1 to AC, and also a +1 to saving throws.
Ooh, nice.
And for you, which he points to you, Vlad.
I'm kind of torn between general overall protection or even something that will work with my speed, per se. Because I'm already pretty quick on battlefield. It wouldn't hurt to have a little bit more speed. So maybe something that can handle both. If not, one or the other, we'll see.
How is the rest of your party compromised?
Well, let's see. We have I have a familiar, which is a pseudodragon, who by itself is pretty formidable for his size. He does magic.
Just classes, specifically classes. I need to know who is support. I need to know who is essentially your frontliners, your back liners, who is in what positions generally.
Right. I apologize. We have a priestess.
A cleric.
We have a cleric, yes. We also have a what is he? Sorcerer, wizard? It's always hard to tell.
Combination. He is both sorcerer and wizard.
Our term that's used is a blaster mage for those in the higher ends. So, primarily someone that focuses on controlling the battlefield by using magic, also with with damage proportions. So, we'll go with that. So you have a familiar as well.
Da. And my friend here, Valkin, he's kind of what's the best way to put it? Midliner?
I am a warlock.
Warlock. Oh, okay. I've met a couple warlocks before. So you primarily focus upon singling out important targets and taking them out quickly, correct?
Correct.
And then what is your specialty?
I am fighter.
In what way?
Battlemaster.
Interesting. So you're kind of bit of the can be close range, can be up close and everything, right?
Da.
Okay, so what I'll do for you then, since you are literally the only person that is ever going to be in the front line, unless your priest decides to, be a bit more upfront, is I'll do this for you. Don't care about speed. Speed is for losers that want to get away from the combat. You want to be in the front line. So what I'll do for you is this. I can make sure, do you tend to be punched more often or stabbed more often?
I would say stabbed more often.
How about this? I'll give you a resistance to piercing damages in general for an enchantment.
That does sound useful for you.
Well, da. I could go with that.
Yeah. In addition, for your weapon here, machete, whatever, I'll increase its damage by making sure that it can, give a little oomph for you. But this one I will have to charge for.
How much are you looking?
It's gonna take me a while, so we'll start off with 50 gold.
I think we're good for that, right?
Yes. And 50 gold sounds quite reasonable. That we can supply that.
All right.
And
Pay up is in front.
There.
fair enough. And Vladimir hands 50 gold to him.
Perfect. All right. Dress down.
Well, all right. Don't have to ask me twice.
And he just he just doffs off his armor and everything else.
You two are there, Red One.
Unclipping the latches there and taking off the studded leather armor, handing it over.
So he takes your machete in addition, and he sets your armor, spraying it a little bit with a little spray bottle and everything. And it looks to be of different perfume that sprays over the two armor. As he sets them out on the table, and for the next hour, you see essentially that the armor kind of lifts up on as if it's like being worn by some sort of transparent being, as he is taking different like hits upon the against the armor with the hammer that he has, and every single hit is propulsing bluish and purple flames, as if he's literally forging it in different like repairing different areas of the armor that are not seen before you. And he does this for about an hour, in addition to what he does. He does something a little interesting with the machete itself. You see that a different portion of the altar opens up into what looks to be a forge that a blacksmith would use, except flames are similar towards the coloring that he has. He is taking the blade itself and putting it into the forge as the flames are just kicking up until your blade shines with an incredible amount of heat, not using the usual like red, like the brightest red that occurs from it, but a pure white, showing how hot it is. And within a sudden moment, he dips it into into basically like a liquid, and this lightish green smoke kicks off from it as it goes through the hay on the top of the building itself. And as he just kind of works out some different like nooks and crannies and like sharpens it a whole bunch, after essentially an hour of work, he is like profusely sweating, and he drinks away from some water in a water skin. And he's like, all right, here you go. And he gives you back your armor. So for you, Vladimir, your armor is now magical, giving the bonus that you now resist piercing damage.
Nice.
For you, Valkin, you get your studded leather armor, and it gives you a +1 bonus to AC. In addition, you get a +1 bonus to all saving throws.
All right.
Vladimir, you get a look at your machete. This thing looks killer, as not only does it look insanely sharp, but the design of it is actually different, as it looks like that he purposefully etched in what looks to be a fox looking to be mid-cut with a blade, as it like hyperextends out to the end of it. It's like, I did a little special design work for that. I hope you enjoy it.
Ooh, I like the marking.
And your machete is now officially called the Sylvan Cleaver.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna need you to make an edit towards this.
Yep, I'm doing that right now.
Your machete is a +1 magic weapon. So +1 to attack and damage.
So that would be that. Oh, it won't let me do that. Okay.
So if you need to write it down as a different weapon, you're
Oh, here
also
we
free
go.
to do that too. Okay, there you go. Got that down?
That looks like it did it. Ah, yeah. Okay, so I just do +1, and it actually automatically fills everything in. Sweet.
Yep.
Hmm.
Instead of rolling 1d6, your weapon dice is now 2 6-sided dice.
Ooh, 2d6.
Yes.
Nice.
And it gains the following property. The property is called Rip and Tear.
Until it is done.
Yes. Upon making an attack roll, your opponent has to make a Constitution saving throw. If they fail at the beginning of their turn, they take a 1d4 bleeding damage. As it's easy to go in, but the moment you rip the blade out, flesh tears, causing a mixture of a laceration and cleaving of flesh.
Nice.
If you attack a target that is bleeding and they fail the save again, the number of dice increases.
So it compounds.
Yes. Until a healing spell is used upon them, it removes the stack. So if, say for instance, like if someone, like it's either a healing spell or a property that heals. So like a healing potion or like a healing word, a cure wounds, anything like that, that is of magical property. To fix or at least taking time away to use something like a healer's kit or like an ability like Second Wind where you can heal yourself a little bit. You can kind of put it back a little bit. Any way to pretty much just recover health. That's pretty much it. You would remove the stack that's there. A critical hit adds an additional dice to it.
Dang.
For 50 gold, pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very
It's like,
good.
just make sure you clean the blade away and make sure you keep it properly well tamed. If I see that blade chipped away, I'm gonna be really pissed off at you.
I will do my best in maintaining. Actually, do you happen to have a maintenance kit for it then?
Go buy one yourself. I made you the kit. So.
Check Riley. I do believe he was asking to purchase one off of. If you had one, it's.
If you're a fighter, you know how to maintain your weapons. Just be
Fair
careful.
enough.
As he goes to bid you all a farewell and close the door behind him.
Before we actually exited there, sir, if you happen to be interested in continuing your work outside of these little odd jobs, I do believe I have a source of such employment, even if you wish to remain in a small town such as this, or even this one itself.
Go ahead and roll persuasion to see if you, since he is retired, You're basically asking him to go back from retirement.
Well, I'm not asking him to do this. I am offering him the opportunity should he have felt like he was forced into retirement.
Right. You still need to persuade him to see if he would actually want to continue work with you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see here. And then that would be D20 plus 8.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Dude,
Ooh.
nice.
Oh my
You
god.
asked him to roll, Ace. You asked him
That's
to
true.
roll.
That's true. He kind of like looks at you and smiles a little bit. It's like, just get my task done, and then we'll talk about it. But it's looking quite favorably.
I give him a nod. Very well. We shall speak again later.
Sounds good. As for
You
now,
have yourself a good day, and thank you for your aid this day.
no problem. Before anything else happens, since I know that Norelor and Marshell, y'all stuff didn't take too long to do, is there anything that you three are going to be doing in the meantime while this hour passes?
Good question. Ren, Marshall, you guys have thoughts?
I'll be casting Find Familiar.
That actually is a good point. That would be something Marshall would probably want to do right away.
Mm-hmm.
That will take the hour too.
Mhm.
Norelor, Paarth, anything you guys want to do?
Paarth is pretty much happy to go anywhere and do anything, but I did have one question raised to my mind. The answer could be nothing's happened because nobody cared, but Paarth is still wearing the not-so-real guild insignia on his collar. Either the Fae might have replaced it, or they might have just left it be, in which case Paarth might debate about trying to get that taken off and off of his collar, since it doesn't mean anything anymore.
That would have to be something that would be noticed either by Marshall or by Norelor in the immediate vicinity.
Well, I'm assuming the Fae didn't do anything to the collar is the first part of the question. If the Fae left it alone, that's perfectly fine. I just wanted to know first.
Not from your knowledge that you would be able to tell.
So none of them, like, obviously walked up to me or anything. Okay.
Yeah.
It's been low on Paarth's priority list, but now that things are actually calm. Ren, what about you?
My no thoughts head empty for me at the moment. Should probably just give Paarth some scratches on the chin while she takes and she would just by chance take a look at the collar.
You actually notice that the specific dog tags on the collar are no longer there.
Looks like your friend. I said, looks like your friends got rid of the old symbol.
Paarth makes a failed attempt at trying to look himself and just takes her word for it.
Yeah.
He seems
Anything
nonchalant
else?
about it nonetheless, though. The only thing I can think of is during this hour, perhaps, we will just say off camera is when Nor barters with all of the things that the party has decided to sell.
Yeah.
And we can talk about that after session too. So
We'll just say that that's where the block of time went, though.
Yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
Yep. So I will say, for all extensive purposes, you take the time for the hour to essentially go around to different sort of traders and different stations, and you are effectively able to sell off the gear that you don't need. Price-wise, we can determine that after session. And as you kind of collect yourselves together, after the hour, you do discuss the details of information that you have found. I'm
sorry, Ace. There is one thing I thought of.
Okay, what's up?
Remember we found that famous hero's sword? I would assume the party would want to ask the locals about it.
Oh, right. We do have that sword. Yes,
Oh
you probably-
yeah, you guys did find that.
Yup.
So, yeah, she would ask around.
Okay, so during the hour, as you're mid bargaining and everything, you actually do come across with a trader or like a merchant, and you're just like, hey, like I just was trying to figure out like whose sword this was and everything, and he just kind of like this is like a standard like human adult, like with like black hair and everything, and he's just like, oh my gosh, that's like do you mind if I see the sword quickly?
She presents it, but is keeping an eye on it.
We did successfully identify what the object was, but we had limited knowledge on it.
I'm just trying to figure out where that was in the message. I'm sorry, in the chat.
I don't know if I wrote it down. I know you wrote it down, Ren.
Oh yes, here it is. So it's a long sword, with the hilts looking like a bird of prey, with the inscription named Talon, with scarab, originally owned by Aldith Trisendar, the Black Hawk. So the merchant does describe that information off to you, and it's just like, this is an incredibly rare sword. How did you find this?
She points to the ruined manor. Was that his home at some point? We found it there.
Yes, it was originally the owner of the manor a long time ago. This could sell for a fortune if you're looking for it, but this wouldn't be the right place to sell it, unfortunately. You'd have to go to some exquisite buyer in the inner cities of Baldur's Gate for it, but I recommend you keep hold of that for a while.
She nods, and she'll put it back in the bag once he's done.
Yeah, and he does give it back to you, and it's just like, I've looked through a little bit of their work here, and it's amazing work they've done to at least given us a beautiful town the way we have it now. But thank you for showing me that blade. It's an honor.
You see, you can tell that they're not British because they didn't say it belongs in a museum and snatched away.
So the trap for the rest of the traffic is.
Mrs. Norelor. Seems there is not something that you can possess that I cannot take. It belongs in a fucking museum. I'm surprised they didn't make him British because of that. That would have been really funny. Okay, I'm just gonna go on a quick like hot topic thing. So like, even though that Indiana Jones is supporting British people to get stuff in a museum, it's surprising they wrote him as American.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm surprised they did not make him British because that would have been really funny. Just for that joke.
Just for the it belongs in a museum joke. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Taking things that belong to other cultures to say it belongs in a museum. Our museum.
Well, I'll tell you what, it belongs in a museum.
I think you'd have
so
to
funny.
change up the type of adventuring there a little bit. Yeah.
And add a good like 700 pounds more tea.
Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, getting back to it, I just think that would have been really funny.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else in your downtime you want to ask, or is that pretty much it?
The only other thing was that the idea of the shield that was brought up before.
Yeah. So one thing that he does mention is that any further assistance from your armor he would be able to. You would be able to discuss with after completing his mission.
Okay,
And
just
yeah, one thing that he does mention too that I was going to bring up until other stuff and I forgot, is that he needs to know that it's not going to be an issue any further. So he asked for something of importance of the leader of the tribe in order to confirm that it's not going to be an issue anymore.
Some sort of trophy, then.
Yes, some sort of trophy.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
All right.
So,
Well,
yeah,
if nothing else happens, I guess Norelor starts teaching Paarth pet tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll probably be playing with Paarth for the remainder of the time.
Okay. So, for those purposes, shopping's been done. We'll talk about cost after stream to make sure everything is just good and golden. You meet back together after all of your kind of gathering of supplies and such. How good are your rations, though?
I was asking the party that actually when you were not available earlier. We don't think we've gone through them much because of the inn, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it has been about a total of maybe
what, 2 or 3 days?
4-ish days since we even began the campaign.
And they have been fed at least 3 times by the inn. First time arriving, first time leaving, and then us arriving again this morning. Well, last night.
And
I just need to know. Oh, sorry.
And we took rations from the manor.
The dungeon.
There's
Yeah.
In
I
fact,
just need to
Paarth
know
is
how
still there.
many. Yeah, I just need to know how many total days of rations you guys have individually, to see if you guys can actually like make your way there, because it may take about a day. Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly where you're going, because it may take you about a couple days to get you there.
I think that's going to be a post-stream sort of calculus there, to be honest with you.
I know Nora's carrying a lot of the rations, so.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys are having a lot of rations, I doubt that'd be an issue. So as you make it back together and you reconvene and you just kind of like share your information of what you found, the biggest question that is in everyone's mind, what is our goal at this very time, and what should we set out for to accomplish?
Right. She's going, well, there is that one person who's kind of in deep trouble we should go find and help out.
Yes, we found a lead on how to get to Cragmaw Castle, there where Gungeon is being taken.
Oh?
Out of character, here's a thought. We can't answer this, unfortunately, until after stream, so it's going to be one of those things that we did or we didn't do it. Is if you guys have the money to catch up, you might need to get horses.
You guys still do have a mule and a cart.
Mm-hmm.
A mule, but a mule's not the fastest.
I thought it was about the same.
Mules are much slower than horses because horses can trot at higher speeds for longer periods of time. Mules are stronger, but they can't travel as fast or as long.
You also do have a cart that may or may not be able to support everybody in it, because you guys did have like at least 1 or 2 people walking in it, so you may need to get a better cart as well.
So, as far as the question of what our route is, continuing, well, because they are, we know that Cragmaw is being taken to, that Gungeon is being taken to Cragmaw Castle. I think our route should be to find that first, and there is apparently a druid near, what's it there?
Thunder Tree.
Thunder Tree, was it?
Yes, near Thunder Tree, who actually knows the location. It is also where it is also where the Lady from the bard group, there her emerald necklace resides. So, oh. Looks like we lost Marshell there again. I don't know what is going on with this PC.
No,
Norelor,
Norelor's not on
sorry.
here.
Oh no,
I'm just listening.
Yeah.
I'm just muted and listening.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, that's right, Elias. You said that your computer doesn't work well with Tailspire, right?
Yeah, it's allergic to Tailspire.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think this is just it was open for way too long and it overheated.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
just
that was
turn off
mine
screen-
earlier.
If we can just turn off screen space reflections, I think we can save your graphics card some major trouble. Is it NVIDIA by any chance?
Yes.
Remind me after stream, there is a thing called NVIDIA Profiles. We're going to make a profile specifically for this game to just shut off all freaking reflections, and I bet you it'll solve your problems.
Right.
I thought his graphics card got updated recently.
Yeah, but
to
this
one of the
time,
newer
luckily, I think it was something else because I didn't get like a blue screen. My computer just restarted.
Yeah.
The restart usually is an indication of overheating.
Okay,
Well-
so no crash this time, just overheated. So
Yeah. Well, we can
Yeah.
figure out those details after
Mhm.
stream, since that's something more technical. And
Yeah.
so
That's
the
why
general
I was just covering
idea.
just briefly, but yeah.
Yeah. So the general idea and the question that is within mind is where are we going and what are we doing?
Well,
There-
by the sound of things and everything that we know, it sounds like best course of action currently would be Thunder Tree first, to get better bearing as to where we're going.
Is that actually, sorry, out of character, is that like on the way to Cragmaw Castle?
So you don't actually know where Cragmaw's castle is. You just know that it's somewhere within Netherwinter Woods. And Netherwinter Woods is a big area. Like a big selection of trees that show within the area. You do have hints. You actually have two hints. The one that you're mainly talking about is that that there is a druid that knows the land pretty well, but they're up in Thunder Tree, so they're up near Neverwinter, which is about a couple days away.
So they're
So
at least
you-
more or less in the right direction.
They're possibly they're not really with the Thunder Tree is not really in the woods. It's more around the woods, but it is still within that general area. So you might be able to find if you go up the Sword Coast and you go through Neverwinter and you make a right going to Thunder Tree, you might be able to find the druid and then see if they know exactly where the castle is in the woods. The woods are generally pretty thick and it can be very easy to get lost in them. So it's if you just try to go out and try to figure out where it's at, it's not going to be easy. So
That's fair.
yeah, so it is going to be a couple days if you do decide to go to Thunder Tree to try and find it, try and find the druid. There is another way you could do it, but that's up for y'all to figure out. And it is with general information that you do have.
There, yes. So, at least from me, in my perspective, I believe that we should seek out this druid near Thunder Tree, so we can find Cragmaw's castle. We could try to blindly charge in a straight line to follow the trail for Gungeon, but all I really know is that it is somewhere to the town's northwest. Unless some of you have discovered something more.
So the final decision is that you guys are going to play it safe and go to Thunder Tree?
Sounded like it. We're missing North, so this is a little tough, but it sounds like that was the general plan, because we know that that one thing is on a timer, and that's the only thing that we can think of to, you know, get there in time, right?
Yeah. That's generally, like, the idea of it is, like, it's kind of rough to tell because of how much of a time restraint it is, but from at least the options you do have, it might just be the safest option. So, with that in mind, and it can be further discussed, you at least have the idea that right now the best option is to go to Thunder Tree and find this druid that it's been talked about. And with that, you are actually able to talk with some of the townsfolk of being able to secure a better cart along with some actual horses. And I would say within the time restraints, if you're trying to get there fast, you could cut you can cut it down to about a day and a half.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome
all
back,
you
Norelor.
missed, Ren, is the party has decided to go to. Sorry, I keep forgetting what the place is called where the wizard.
Under
where the druid
Tree.
is. Go to
Under Tree, yeah.
Tree to see the druid to get information as to where the heck Cragmaw Castle is. I assume Norelor would agree that that would be the best plan of action.
Yeah, you can't go to a location unless you know where it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so the decision is set. Making your rounds and the actual villagers being able to help you out with some brand new horses, and along with an improved cart that everyone can sit inside. Two
Yay.
people sitting in the front, and then two people sitting inside of it.
All right.
And you make your way down the Trauborg Trail in about a day and a half. And I would actually need to have everyone make at least one perception check, every single person, to making sure
Okay.
that your travels go there properly.
Could someone roll for me, please?
Sure, I will do a roll for you. What's your what is your perception?
Perception, let me pull it up. Oh, it's neutral. It's 0.
And I know Larzong said that never got the chance to go to Thunder Tree, so get to experience that firsthand.
And for those considering whether or not their commentary would be spoilers, if you basically base it on what you have seen so far and whether or not it makes sense given what our characters know, their assessment, that is not considered spoiler territory.
I also have no idea how much is by the book and how much is custom by Ace here, because I don't think all the fairy stuff was part of the book, so I'm sure that Paarth is on a different trajectory than the book would have.
Yep.
What do you mean by that fairy stuff? Like just playing around or something like that, or like?
Well, everything that's involving the Fae.
There's generally some stuff. There's like some stuff that's by the book, other it's a little bit more homebrewed. So.
I'm honestly surprised there was any reference to that, because I thought that was a custom fit.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell because there isn't a lot of information that Wizards of the Coast has printed about the Feywilds, along with the courts and everything. There's only certain sections, like say Eberron, where there is an entire area of the forest that is connected into the Feywilds, and people have tended to accidentally, wound up like interacting with pixies and like dryads and like satyrs and all of that, and the different types of elves that reside there. However, usually if someone does end up in the Feywilds and returns back to their own plane of reality, they forget everything that's there.
Yeah,
as
and
part
I know,
of
And I know with the D&D lore of fairy dragons, typically you usually find fairy dragons near a gateway to the Feywilds, because the fairy dragons tend to be escorts for the Fae. And whenever the Fae are doing something in the mortal plane, fairy dragons be abound.
Right. So, for you though, it's a bit different. But, but with that, Marshall, what is your proficiency? What is your perception?
Was I muted the whole time? Oh my god.
I didn't hear you.
It's 0. It's nothing.
Oh, okay. So it's just a d20 then. Okay. Let's see what yours is. Yours is an 18. So, and then let me check the rest of y'all that you rolled. So, 13, 12, 14, and then Norelor. I did not get a. Oh no, you're not in there. So I'll roll for you too, Norelor. So, what is your perception?
My perception. Hold on. Actually, let's get the sheet back up.
But
I
yeah,
can
during.
I can just roll for you because we're ending the session here soon. So.
The perceptions is a +7.
Okay, so you got a 15 then, because I rolled an 8 for you.
All right.
So as you make your way down the Trowboard Trail, making it past the small little cave that you had experienced prior, at least within the dense thicket of the river.
So we're passing back across it again?
Yes, you have to go back that way in order to make it to the 3-way that you originally had your big rest at before the interaction. And you have to go back up the Sword Coast, up north.
In that case, Ace, if you want to just arbitrarily roll it, easiest way to do it is roll a d10. If it is a 7 or higher, for that hour, Paarth has decided to fly above the cart because he likes to get his exercise. And he'll be looking at things.
You can just choose to do that if you want. I'm not going to roll it.
It's just I won't have him out the entire time either. So it's the question of whether or not I see something.
You wouldn't see anything. That's what the perception check I was doing would intend for. Like however you're looking and keeping in guard and everything for the next day and a half. There's nothing that actually happens. As you make your way across the coastline, of feeling the nice breeze of the Sword Coast, and you do make your way as a quick stop to rest up in Neverwinter, which you're actually happily greeted by the townsfolk that are up there, hearing of your deeds within Phandalin. Basically, you're given free rest, a chance to recuperate as you make your way to the abandoned town of Thundertree, where unknown parts and unknown dangers arise. As you kind of make your way into that town itself, your nerves you feel a little bit nervous. There's like general nerves that do arise from it, but there's actually a feeling that is surprising that doesn't actually kick to any of you until recently, but there is a hint of excitement that kicks into it as this sort of portion, while you're kind of like really focusing in order to save Gundren, you don't feel restricted as you do it. You feel lively. You feel free as you do this. Knowing that the direction you're going now is not restricted by someone, and you're not feeling forced of like, I'm doing this because someone is forcing me to go in a direction. You feel like you can actually make that decision for yourself, and it makes it feel like that there's at least some sort of hope that what you're doing is correct, and that's going to save lives as the session ends. And we will pick it up as you guys enter Thundertree.
No.
All right.
And during that whole trek, Vladimir's just admiring the blade.
Oh,
enjoying the fact that new life has been brought into it.
So he's got the hammer, he's got the blade, and he's got the gun.
Yes.
Oh yeah, dude, you're gonna do some cool shit. Like I'm excited for your weapons. I know I'm giving you guys a lot of stuff to prepare, so I know you guys should be like, "Oh, this is so exciting," but you should be nervous too.
Yes, this is like in any
Right?
video game when you enter a room and there's all sorts of pickups and health items and like ammo. You go, yeah, this is when a bad thing is about to happen.
You are gonna need it.
Exactly.
Because the next encounter is gonna be so fun. I'm excited for it, which you guys should be nervous for, because the dungeon master gets excited. You should be nervous.
Well, I will save for next session any antics that we might be doing in the cart on the way there.
Yeah, we'll start off with a little bit of antics as you make your way on over to Thunder Tree, which from Netherwinter you would just be going downstream. I think is it? No, it's upstream because you'll be going inland for it. So yeah, that's and then you just would make your way there and hopefully see if your results are prosperous.
Yee.
But that is until next time, which I believe the date for that would be the 16th.
All right, there. Yep, that is 2 weeks from now. So
Because
we will
the
see you.
16th and 15th is my town as my city's Pride weekend.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
July 16th, you said?
Yeah, the funny thing is about San Diego is because San Diego is like it's in Southern California, and we acknowledge that a lot of Pride events happen during June. They're just like, let's just put it in July so that people can actually go to it. So our Pride Festival and Parade is in July.
Well, all right, we will discuss that off stream there to kind of figure out how that may entail. But tentatively, this will be resuming on the weekend of the 16th, targeting Sunday, and we will see all of y'all in a couple weeks here. And let's see, I do have a couple names there coming up from chat. Let's see here.
Yeah, and I do hope that soon I'll be able to get back into streaming stuff. I'm gonna be, like I said, I think I've said this before, but I'm gonna be moving out near the end of this month, so my entire focus is going into there and just making sure I can at least move out. But I am hoping to save up for a gaming computer that, like a PC instead of a laptop. So that way I can run some big games, especially when Baldur's Gate gets its full release soon.
That would be nice.
Boy.
Yeah, because they're finally adding Dragonborns, and I'm excited, and adding monks, and they have Baldur's Gate finally in Baldur's Gate, and I know I'm going to need a good computer to run that, so...
I gotta talk to you guys later to
right?
find out what races are possible to play, because I remember Neverwinter Nights was very flexible, and you could literally do things like, hey, I want to play as the fairies of Familiar.
It's not that flexible, at least in Baldur's Gate 3, because you primarily just... They're going to have a lot more options, because for Dragonborn, they're literally going to have an option for every single color, besides the gem Dragonborns. But primarily, it's like standard, like basic player's handbook.
So you're gonna be your normal humanoids with just a little bit of flavor.
Yeah, because there's like humans, there's half elves, there's there's dwarfs, there's halflings, Dragonborn. There's the Githyanki, which is another option.
And half-orcs, apparently.
Oh yes, they are adding half-orcs. Interesting. Oh, which is exciting. And they're finally adding some cool options for some subclasses. Like, they're adding the wild magic barbarian, which is so exciting. in addition to wizard, they're adding all of the different schools of magic for the wizard, which is cool. They're adding storm sorcerer. They're adding, I think, another option for. I didn't know they're adding all the different fun options for cleric. So there'll be like tempest, other different options as well. So it looks like that they're adding like sword coast options in addition to player's handbook.
Here.
Oh yeah,
Very
also
interesting.
Fey Warlock is also getting added finally, so I'm excited for that one too. So
All right.
Ooh, Fey Warlock. That sounds fun.
it's a fun. I played Fey Warlock before. I actually
It is, in terms of D&D, but like D&D gives you nothing to work on with Feywild, even with Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Yeah, I remember I was in a campaign once, and I actually played as a rogue warlock, and that was I only got to play it once, and I really want to play that character again. But rogue warlock is really fun, especially when my patron was the archfey. So it's real fun. It gets some fun shenanigans going on. But
Looking forward to that then. That might be something I want to join all you guys with.
dude, do it. I definitely want to do like I know that like there's Breaker, Aeros, I, and Larzong that do our Amen versions. So aka we're only playing paladins and clerics. But I do, yeah, but I do want to do like a casual run through with a different party for it once the game fully releases and I actually have a computer to run it properly and not make it look all like all poly, like basically all PlayStation 2 Hagrid.
Without like looking like a potato. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So once I get a new computer for that, I'll be really excited, and I hope to get the chance to do that.
Well, if we can work out a like schedule that works with everybody, then that'd be fun.
I usually do it on Wednesdays, so I mean, I'm down to do my Thursdays have opened up too, so could do that.
All
right,
depends
here.
on time zones and stuff, but we can talk about that off stream.
Yes.
Fun ideas to come, guys.
There.
So
Yes, indeed. Here. So, right. It looks like we are closing down here. Edward, I know that you had a idea or something to throw our way. Do feel free to DM that to any one of us here, and we can absolutely talk about it post stream here. For now, however, let's keep the D&D esque theme going here with a little change up over to Pathfinder here, and we're going to be raiding on off to VG's Baris.
ooh,
So-
nice.
Yes. So from me here, have a very good night and rest of your day, whatever time zone you may be in, and we will catch you all here in a couple weeks for continuing this campaign.
Yep. Have a good night, y'all.
Take care, everybody's.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You have a good time.
Alright. See ya.
don't be gone forever. Please come back.
And our message for tonight is going to be the shadows have come to play. So spam that with all your favorite emotes, and we'll catch you guys next time. Have a good night.
Take care.